Hey everybody, welcome back to your favorite channel on the internets, the place where you love to hang out and watch us play Dungeons & Dragons and maybe even get a little bit involved. This is Slices and Dices, where we're playing Ravenloft, Domains of Dread, and this time, oh yeah, we're back with the Fafos, the A-Team, if you want to call them that. That's their choice, it's your choice, my choice, whatever you want to call them. I call them Fafos because that's what they do, they Fafo. And they will continue to Fafo until the very end.
Until they owe.
Until they owe.
Uh-huh.
I think that's that kind of stream, guys.
It wouldn't be a Ravenloft Domains of Dread without baloney and bullshit that is going on. But I think that in order for us to cut past all the stuff that's happening around the world, Ravenloft is our home base. It's our safe place. It's crazy that the one place in the world of worlds that we can feel most comfortable in is the world in which we are all absolutely terrified and horrible things are happening.
Yeah, all the time.
I'm way less terrified of Ravenloft than the real world.
Well,
same.
That is a safe space in which we can all live out our horrible nightmares and feel free and fun at the same time without having to worry about anything else that's going on in the world. Anything else.
You know, for me, it's about 50-50.
Okay.
Seeing as, on one hand, I have the V word, and then on the other hand, I have this world. So,
that is fair.
You know.
That is totally fair. We have said farewell to the ghostly forms of the B team for now. Perhaps we'll see them again soon. Yes.
Really want an episode where we both get to play both of our characters.
Indeed,
where we all get to play both of our characters.
I wanted
I don't
everyone.
know what you're talking about.
I want Stream to see them before they go bye bye. I wanted to see them the four lovely lovelies here before I go back to the player mode here, and they will disappear.
Yep. Just so you know, Matt, you don't have Zargul up there. You have Elizabeth.
Well, we'll make a change to that someday. It's not a big
deal. Let's just grab Zargul.
Sure. Well,
We're going to the abyss together.
Zargul is we'll find out what he is too. Okay.
The werewolf?
Not yet.
Okay.
Anything can happen.
So
it's true. He hasn't met Louisa yet.
So werewolves.
It's been a while. It's been a while.
Indeed.
So I think it's only fair to give our friends and, of course, the players a recap of what the heck happened the last time, unless anyone else has anything else that they want to say before we get into it.
Please refresh my addled brain.
No worries. It's not that addled. It's like slightly out. Okay, let's give you...
Shaken, not stirred.
Shaken, not stirred.
I'm excited to see the art, Matt.
Let's go ahead and start us up here with some music. It's, of course, the recap music. So, previously on Ravenloft, Domains of Dread. Last time, we saw our dear Fafos. They had been drawn down into the undersea city of Shaelot, ruled by Verindis, an ancient merfolk, to which Moynat seemingly had a very special relationship, shall we say. The dwellers there had been forced into slavery, mining and delivering to the world above a special metal called adamantine. I will let you know as well that this particular recap has 2, 3, 4, at least 5 references to The Little Mermaid. So I will let you know that in case you catch it, just put up a thumb and then another finger.
I'll start
counting. Yeah. So here's the first one, pretty obvious. You freed Les Poissons, aka the enslaved Sahuagin, and learned that the adamantine was actually part of a plot by someone that arrived a little bit before you. Someone named Firan Zalhonen, who is determined, according to his diary, to make a new apparatus. As a reminder, the apparatus is a very powerful artifact of Ravenloft, first created in Mordenshire and it is capable of many extraordinary feats, including the transmigration of souls. It's actually activated by 2 other artifacts, rods, the Rod of Rastinon and the Rod of Hutris. So, Muadnhait learned through powerful magics that she had lost her memories and was at one time the High Priestess of Oceanus, the god of the sea's hunger. Let's just say she's not one of the Daughters of Triton. Sorry. Verindus ordered his major domo, the witch Circe, to transform Muadnhait into a hexblood so that she would never be part of your world and would instead be forced to produce Verindus's offspring, giving him and his progeny rule over the ocean's depths for all time. Kiss the girl indeed. Muadnhait pleaded to Oceanus to save her, but she would need to sacrifice all of her memories of Sheilot, which she did, which is when we met her at the very beginning of this campaign. Eventually, you defeated Circe and faced off against Verindus, once a handsome and alluring merman, now a disgusting mass of octopoidal flesh and necrotic power, and after a scathing battle that almost saw the end of more than one of your crew, dispatched the evil tyrant, and Muadnhait, now forever altered into her form of dread, formally abdicated her rightful place upon the throne of Sheilot. The mists once again creeped in to enclose you, and you were all transported elsewhere. This time, you poor unfortunate souls are no longer under the sea, but are instead one step closer to the truth.
There was a bonus.
And that's where we start tonight.
Nice. There were 6, Matt.
God damn it, I can't count. Okay.
What is math?
What is math?
See, he threw me off because he said there were only going to be 5, and I stopped paying
attention. Oh, well, there you go.
Well, I was paying attention, but I wasn't listening for it.
Okay.
Under the sea.
Yeah.
But that's not where you are right now.
No.
Where are
have
we?
we emerged?
Well, before you emerge, it's been a while. It's been a while since the 4 of you have been subject to the mists of Ravenloft. Been a whole lot of while.
Oh dear.
So
don't have to worry about
I smell danger.
So what I'd like
I'm in danger.
do is I'm going to refer to our table of the of some visions that occur for you all that because you may or may not necessarily have protections against the mists, you will have certain things that happen to you when you are subjected to these mists. Worthwhile is stating as well that you guys are all level 13. Great, good for you. And as I stated to you all in a text, which I'm now going to make very public, that's the last level up that you're going to have in this campaign. Level 13. Unlucky 13.
13
is my lucky number.
Okay, well, sorry.
I got married on Friday the 13th.
Cool. Cool. All right.
Yeah.
So with that, I it's been such a long time that I need to remind myself which of the 4 of you, if any of you, have. I think it may be just Mikmick. Has protections of a kind against the powers of the mists. It's just Mikmick.
Yes.
It's just
Unless I gained something by becoming like a tangential Darklord, then no.
You abdicated. So
yeah.
I abdicated, but still technically powerful enough.
Fair. You just are not like the queen. I mean, you are the queen in my mind, but nevertheless, not formal royalty.
Not formally the queen.
Informal.
I guess.
Informal.
Then no, I have no protections.
Fair. Okay. With that said,
it's just me, because I've got the Mistwalker Dark Gift.
Yes.
Indeed. We had a vampire rip out your throat. Sorry, I said the V word.
I mean, people are allowed to say it. It's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
The scarf is standing by, I'm sure.
Scarf.
Sure it is.
The scarf.
Always is.
The scarf is on hand. Okay.
It's ready.
The
It's here.
The scarf is ready. So let's go with Megan first. Megan, go ahead and roll a d20, please.
Ooh, okay. Let's see. It's D20. 5! That can't be good.
I don't think any of them are good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
They're all bad.
No.
They're all bad.
They're all bad for different reasons, though.
They're all bad for different reasons.
Yeah.
Okay. Louisa, it's been a moment since you were in the damp, moist, freezing cold hallways of Shalot. Just a moment before you were within an arm's reach of your companions. You had just defeated the monstrous Verindus. And you watched as the completely transformed version of Muadnhait descended from the throne, her hair breathing a very sort of almost piscine face with pure black eyes, and her skin mottled and green. Yet something was still there. You knew that this is not a monstered version of your friend. This is still her. But in your heart, you know that something has gone dreadfully wrong. Which is when you saw the mists cover you like a blanket, and you lost sight of everything. Your feet, as you move them, do not any longer feel like they are on stony ground. They feel like they are on earth and soil. It's difficult to see anything. You listen for a moment in the deep silence of this space between spaces and hear nothing but the beating of your own heart and the drawing of your breath. What do you wish to do?
I think Louisa is going to close her eyes and just take 3 deep breaths. She hates the mists. They have always, she has never willingly gone into them. And so I think she's just going to take a few moments to try to, calm her breathing. And then she'll just rely on instinct, still with her eyes closed, to pick a direction.
Okay. Start walking. Your feet hear the rustling of rocks and twigs as you walk through the mist. You seem to be outside, although you cannot spy any trees. Then, as you walk perhaps 10 to 20 meters, you begin to see large shapes. Large, dark shapes looming out of the void. And you see now before you, as you halt, a tall, dense wall of twigs and thorns, immeasurably high, that peer out of the mist, with a single entranceway. What do you wish to do?
She'll look around, because this feels like longer than normal. Normally, someone has found her by this point, or she's come out of it. So I think she's just going to start looking around for her friends to see if she can see them anywhere.
Okay. You can make a perception check if you'd like.
Okay.
Troll.
21.
Okay, you spy left, you spy right. It's difficult to see anything in this cloud of mist that surrounds you. The only thing that
Mhm.
you see or hear is this vast wall that seems to lead off into the mist 30 feet to your left, 30 feet to your right, and up into the space above you, another 30 feet up. It is a wall entirely made of twigs and thorns. It's about, I don't know, 3 or 4 feet thick. And then, as I said, there is this entranceway, an arched entranceway.
I think looking around, not seeing anyone, not hearing anything, not being able to, like, see anything of note, she's just going to stare at that entryway, kind of square her shoulders, take a deep breath, and say, "The only way out is through." And she'll step through.
Okay. As you step through the archway, you see that you now have a number of what you would probably deem to be passageways that open up. The walls themselves are made of that same material. Thorny vines, twigs, branches, all sort of constructed into walls. There's a passageway to your left, a passageway straight ahead of you, and a passageway to your right, and in between the passageway ahead of you and to your right, there is a small thoroughfare that seems to sort of meander upwards and outwards.
Before she takes another step further, she's going to dig into her pack, take out her weaver supplies, and take out some yarn that she has, or string, thread of some kind. She'll loop it around the first entryway that she came in, and then I guess she'll go through the in-between.
Okay, fair enough. You loop
Yeah.
the yarn around and start to unravel the twine as you, or the yarn, I should say, as you travel through and around. I'd like you to make a survival check for me, please. Okay.
23.
Yeah, you move through the passageway, and it comes to a dead end.
Okay.
You retrace your steps, you bring the yarn back, you are again to the left passageway, the center passageway, and the right passageway.
She'll go left.
Okay, you walk left. That branches out into 3 other passageways. A left passageway, a center passageway, and a right passageway.
She'll continue going left.
Okay, you move left again. You spy that there are now sort of strange-looking plants that seem to peer out of the wall of thorns and twigs as you pass. And as you pass under them, they seem to sort of move, almost as if spying you from above.
She's going to reach into her backpack again and pull out the book of sentient poisons that she got. And she's just gonna start, as she's going through, she's just gonna start casually flipping through, seeing if she can identify any of these plants.
Okay, make a nature check.
Oh Lord. Oh, well, hey,
15.
a 15.
Yeah, you're not quite sure what exactly the plants are. You've never seen them. They're not in your book, but they look similar to plants that are of an animated nature, shall we say. They're not carnivorous, but they are sentient.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So just not poisonous, but definitely sentient. So, She flips to the appendix, seeing if there's a section just on sentient plants.
Flip. Okay, as you flip, you feel a tug on your yarn.
Oh. I turn.
Okay. You turn. There's another tug on your yarn.
Does it feel like hard and abrupt, or does it feel like somebody's just like following it?
It's a single tug each time.
I will tug back.
Okay. You tug back, and the line feels slack.
All right, this is why you only go left. So, she'll retie the yarn.
Okay. So you're
Oh.
going to go backwards or forwards? Or right there?
Right here.
Okay.
I retie the yarn.
So the yarn comes back to you. You pull it all the way in. It seems like there's no cut in the line. It just seems like the yarn has unraveled itself, perhaps.
Someone is playing tricks on me in here. Come out, whoever you are.
Hear, as you say that, you hear a laugh. You're not quite sure if it's a man's laugh or a woman's laugh or a child's laugh. It's very strange to actually sort of place. It just sounds like a laugh.
Does it seem like a happy laugh or like a sinister laugh?
It sounds like they're happy. It was only just a ha ha ha.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that made it better or worse.
Worse. So much worse. Louisa is starting, like, the fear level is starting to ratchet upwards. So she's gonna reach down, take a fortifying sip from her jug, and did this dead end into the plants, or this has...
No, there's an ongoing... This passageway seems to keep going.
This passageway seems to keep going. Okay, then I will continue going.
Okay. You move on. You've tied off the rope on one of the twigs or something like that. And then you move forward, and you see that the passageway splits left and right.
She'll keep going left.
Okay, you move left. You move past what seems to be a very large divot in the earth. Probably about 10 feet wide. It's right in the middle of the ground. The mist sort of roils and seeps over it.
Does she see any shovels? Does this look man-made?
You don't see any shovels, so, I mean, man-made is such an interesting category of things.
Creature made?
Let's just say that if it was made, you look at the sort of edges of the hole, it doesn't seem like it was made by any kind of orderly process, shall we say.
Okay. I think she looks down into it and is just like, if you're trying to show me my own grave, I don't plan on dying here, so if you'd like to talk, you can just come out.
There's a vast silence. Then there's that voice again. Doesn't sound like a man or a woman or a child, sort of a combination of all three. And it just says 3 words emanating from somewhere. Come find me.
Is this a game?
Doesn't seem to respond.
I really wish anyone were here with me right now, but okay. Faced with really not a huge amount of options, she'll see if she can follow the direction of the voice.
Okay.
While still keeping the string.
Make a perception check.
Okay. 16.
Okay. It feels like it's coming from, like, or at least that those 3 words seem to come from maybe off to the right somewhere,
Okay.
but you're not quite sure.
She will go off to the right.
Okay, so
See
you
if
move to
she
the
can
end
find-
of this corridor. How do you wish to proceed over the or around the hole?
Is it still thorns everywhere?
The walls are for sure.
The walls are. Okay. So she'll uh she'll go back and get a running start, and I should be able to jump this.
Okay,
Yeah.
big old
Yeah.
running
So
start.
she'll
So
running start, jump it.
okay. I won't need you to make a roll for that. I think that as a monk, you're more than capable of doing so. So you take a big old running jump, woof, and you
Yep.
jump over the hole. Your feet dig into soil,
Mm-hmm.
spattering rocks and soil all over this other side of the hole. You spy that the passageway has a single offshoot that goes to the right. It also goes forward, though.
If she thought that the voice was coming from the right, then she'll go to the right. But she'll just make sure that the yarn is like double knotted around something
Sure, yeah,
before she
absolutely.
goes forward.
Okay. So you move to the right, and you spy a very long passageway,
Mhm.
and above which you see a number of plants with very strange heads, and as you turn the corner, they seem to spy down on you.
Is it you that I've come to find?
They don't seem to respond to you in any way.
Would you like a drink? She'll take out her jug and be like, plants get thirsty. You might like it, I don't know.
They don't respond.
Mm. She'll like dribble a little bit on the wall, just in case.
Okay.
Hello? Is anyone here?
No response.
There anything? How does the yarn feel in my hand? Does it feel like it's gone loose again?
You going to give it a tug?
Sure.
Okay, you give it a tug. It feels tight. As you do so, you see something moving up ahead. Like a branch along the wall moves.
Have I just been going in circles? Is this attached to you? She'll move forward instead of backwards.
Okay.
To
You
get to...
move forward, and you see that there's a bright piece of yarn that's tied to one of the walls.
Someone is playing games.
You hear that voice again. I like games.
I like games too. I just like to know the rules of the games that I'm playing. You can't win unless you know the rules.
Just hear those 3 words again. Come find me.
I'm trying to find... Oh, right. She'll keep going.
Okay. You move past the plants. You see a T intersection that goes left and right.
And there's no string on this intersection?
There is string. It's going up and to the left.
Okay. So, if I've already gone left, then I guess let's try to go right. So,
you move to the right.
yes.
Okay. You move down a long corridor. This one's longer than one that you've ever gone to before so far. The yarn. How much yarn do you have?
I mean, it's weaver's supplies, so
It
Probably-
depends on the weight of the yarn, but if it is a finer weight of yarn, it could be up to 500 yards.
Amazing. Okay. Okay. So I would say
Answer from the knitter.
much of your yarn is still on the ball, like a big old ball of
Okay.
yarn, but you do notice that a portion of it for sure has been unraveled for certain.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So you move past down the long corridor. You do notice that there is now a about 100 feet down this long corridor. There is a triple break-off point, left, right, and center, as if you've reached a T intersection.
All right. Hello, hello. Where are you?
No response.
No answer. Okay. She'll look at the ground. Are there any tracks?
Survival check.
Okay. 9.
The mist is coating everything.
It's fucking mist. I hate it. What can I do? What can I do? Let's see. Does there seem to be light coming from any of these directions? Can she pull a Gandalf? Does anything smell slightly better in one direction?
You have no memory of this place.
Yeah, exactly. I
Um,
have no memory of this place. I've never been to this place.
Besides the shall we call them landmarks that you've seen thus far,
Mm-hmm.
nothing seems different about any of the corridors or passageways that you've gone to thus far.
All right. Have I ever heard of a plant labyrinth like this before?
Make a history check.
Okay. 14.
Not in...
That's
Certainly not in Demontlieu, which was, by the way, the real way of pronouncing Dementlieu, which I completely scrubbed the first order of our session here, but it's actually pronounced Demontlieu. But go ahead.
Oh, Demon U. That one's real subtle.
I think it's... Wait, Demonu? What?
Demon
There's a-
U. I was just making a pun.
Oh,
Yeah.
Demon Got it.
Matt, would Louisa have advantage because of her stage background? Not that it's one extra, but I just thought I'd ask.
It wouldn't matter,
No.
honestly.
No, I just know where I can find information if I don't already know it. So, because researcher. Okay, so never heard of a plant maze in Demontlieu.
Demonu?
Mm-hmm.
Let's do this, since it's pretty clear that frustration with this place is relatively high. The only thing that you have to guide you is this strange, non-gender, non-age specific voice that seems to want to play. And it does seem like this place is completely circuitous. I would say over the next hour, Louisa, you make certain decisions, left, right, center. You find certain places to be the same, certain places to be different. This place is maddening. It doesn't make any sense. It's almost like it's not even like Euclidean geometry. At a certain point in time, you start to get very weary of this place. All you hear are the same sounds, the same utterances, the same phrases by this being that seems to want to play with you, to have you come find them. And yet, you can't. You're moving ever forward, ever in a circle, ever in different vectors, but you can't find the way to find them. I want you to do me a favor and make an insight check.
Okay. 30-20.
As the hour away from your compatriots moves on, and your frustration grows, and as does your both agoraphobia and claustrophobia in this place. You come to realize that each time you hear the voice, you begin to recognize it more and more. It becomes to solidify with a certain age and gender.
Mm-hmm.
And you come to realize with horror that the voice is yours.
Okay. Hate that. Hate that. Worst possible thing. Okay. No more fucking around. She takes the deerstalker cap and she puts it on, and it's not elementary, my dear Arthur. That's not
The
the activation
Game
word.
is
games?
afoot.
The game's afoot. There we are. The game is afoot. And she waits to see where there's magic.
Okay. The whole place is brimming with magic, but it is of a it's frustrating to note that as you put the hat on, you're like, God damn it, give me a fucking sign here. All you see
Yep.
is just wreathed in dark magic. The walls, the plants, as you walk further and further into this maze, everything, the hole, the plants, various other artifacts and objects. You see like a pedestal with a strange bird on it that keeps cawing strange words in different languages that you do not know. And even though you present yourself to it, it doesn't even seem to move or fly away. It just continues to caw at you. You pass by it, caw, 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 and then it says various words in different languages. This whole place is maddening.
Actually, with my level up, I now speak every language.
Except the one that's coming from this bird. I do like that, though. I'm gonna keep that for later.
Yeah, it's my tongue of the sun and the moon.
Fair.
So
Great monk feature.
yeah,
I
it
love
is, and I have paired with observant. I'm dangerous now. She always was, but
The voice is becoming more insistent now, Louisa. Come find me. Come find me.
I've been trying to find you my entire life. Do you not understand that?
Come find me.
Well, then where the fuck are you? Where the fuck am I?
Again, you hear that bird. Kind of saying weird, strange eldritch phrases, maybe flying above you.
The next time the bird comes close, she's gonna, like, deflect missile, grab it out of the air.
Okay. Make a dexterity check.
Okay. $23.
So this bird, you feel the wind as this avian creature flies over your head. You're able to grab this thing. You hear squawking, crazy sort of burbling and babbling as this black feathered monstrosity seems to try to wrench itself from your grasp, all the while saying things in tongues that you do not understand. It scratches at you, it claws at you. Again, you hear again from elsewhere, come find me, come find me, come find me. It's almost now repetitive, incessant now. Come find me, come find me. And then the bird, come find me, come find me, come find me. Come find. It begins to calm your grasp. Its eyes meet yours. Find me. Found. And then the bird disappears like smoke. And that's where we're going to shift from your scene to another person.
Y'all have fun! So
Okay, that was Louisa. Let's go with Mikmick next. Oh, Mikmick, no, you've passed the test, of course. You
Yeah.
get a check mark and a green gold star. Okay, so let's move you. Yeah.
He gets a pumpkin sticker and extra recess.
Yes, exactly. You get to just sort of
You get sent home with a puppy.
find out what happens at the
You
end
get
of
to
all this.
babysit the class gerbil this weekend.
Let's go with
Yeah.
Moynat then. Let's go with Moynat. Moynat, give me a
All
D20.
right.
First one to
please.
leave.
Yes.
First one to enter,
You
first
get
one to leave.
You get to clap the erasers. 1d20, rolling 11.
Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, let me see if I can figure that one. That'll be interesting. Okay, cool. Cool. The last thing that you remember, Moynat, is descending the stairs to see your compatriots after the battle had completed. And then, again, seeping in at the cornerstones of this place, this whitish mist that seemed to, like a living thing, curl around your legs, your arms, obscuring your view. And then, as it always has, transporting you to a different place. You are now in the mists. They are cold. They have almost sort of a smell to them, like the smell of the grave. You look down at your hands, your newly transformed hands. You see the fingertips have turned to black claws. The webbing between your fingers is pronounced. The scales, all that run up your arms and into your shoulders are ridged and firm, almost as if there are tiny little spikes on each one of them, like some kind of predatory fish. You've taken this form before, but it's never been permanent. But because of your newfound powers given to you by your patron, they came with a price. But you know now that your form of dread, although permanent, can in fact be changed to that of your previous form, that of what Moynat looked like before. But that cannot occur only but once a day. And it can only last for an hour. You know this innately. This is the new powers granted to you. But this form that you have is even more monstrous. You wonder, in your mind, as you remember the looks of shock on your compatriots as you descended the stairway to them, what it is that they and others that you've met along the way would feel on seeing you.
And she looks down for a moment at her scaly arms and her scaly legs. She kind of twists an ankle, rolls a wrist, watches the intermittent scales ripple upon her flesh. And then you sort of see her fists clench, because she's still kind of riding high on what just happened. And in this moment, she feels powerful. And in this form, she feels powerful. And for a moment, she looks at her own outstretched arms and wonders, if this is what she was always meant to be, because it feels right and it feels good. It feels good to be strong. It feels good to be frightening. And she's kind of reveling a little bit as she makes her way through the mist. She's feeling a little invincible right now.
You smirk as you find that your newfound power is giving you, shall we say, an ego boost.
Yeah, totally fair.
And
Player Sarah knows this will probably bite her. This will probably bite her in the ass. But this is where Moynot is right now.
that is fair. As you stride forward through the mists, you begin to note the same thing that Louisa did, that there is nothing and no one around you. You are simply walking through an interminable miasma of fog. The sound of your feet being the only thing that you hear. Walk this way for about 5 or 6 minutes. Go ahead, Sarah. Sorry, please tell me what's
I was
going
going
through
to say,
your mind.
she just sort of looks around and says, "I've been here before. I will walk until you show me the way." And then, yes, continues walking.
Okay. You continue to walk, and that is when you feel like innately, you feel like something is watching you. You ever been on a lonely country road and you know there is no reason to think this because there is no one around, and yet you look into the trees, or you look down the road, or you even just look behind you because you feel like something is spying on you for what purpose you do not know, but it is not a pleasant one.
She will straighten her posture even straighter than it already was and continue walking.
Okay.
To see if the feeling fades or if it persists.
Continue to walk for another minute or so. It does not fade. It persists. Something or someone is observing you.
Do I have any sense of from what direction I am being observed?
Make either a perception or survival check.
I think they're equal. Let me check. They're both 7s because they're both wisdom. So let's go with feel like survival.
Okay.
16.
You feel like it's from behind you.
Then she will stop where she is walking. Turn to face behind her and say, "Whoever you are, show yourself."
You look, you squint. And through the mists, you see a silhouette. Man-sized silhouette. This silhouette seems to approach slowly towards you.
Come closer. Let me see your face.
The
Why do you follow me here?
The silhouette moves within perhaps 10 feet, slowly advancing towards you. And when the silhouette gets within perhaps 6 feet of you, it begins to resolve. The features resolve. Mist begins to sort of peel away from the face, and you recognize it. It is a kind face. It is a rugged face.
I knew it.
But it is one that you have been hoping to see for quite a while. The eyes look in shock at you as Sindel Swo says, "What? Who are you?"
Do you not remember your beautiful fish woman?
The face of Sindel Swo reels hearing the voice that emanates from this monstrous being. It unconsciously takes a step backwards from you. This is a trick.
It is no trick. It is me. If anything is the trick, it is you, but I do hope that is not the case.
He looks at you strangely. I am no... I am no trick.
How did you come to be here in the mist?
He steps towards you and says, I have been searching many days. Since, and his face sort of resolves, since Lemordia. Where are you? Where have you been?
Oh, I have been many places since Lemordia. Most recently in the deepest heart of the sea. But I have never lost hope that you would find me. And so if you are a trick, you are a cruel one.
I
hope that you are not.
I am no trick. Why not? He raises his hand towards you, as if to brush away your hair, but then reels back. His hand comes back to his body. He says, I fear that this is some devilish plot.
Everything is a devilish plot. Except for this.
How did you come to be like this?
I made a bargain to save something I loved. But I regret nothing of it. It may be that this is what I always was and was just waiting to learn. Or perhaps it is a curse, but you do not shrink back. Do you?
No. No, I do not. Is this...
Then if...
Is this forever? This way? Or now?
Yes. As far as I know. I can hide it from time to time, should I wish to do so, but this is who I am now. And I am not angry. I feel strong. I feel powerful. I feel as though this skin matches who I have always been inside, and though I am no longer beautiful as I once was, I do not mourn that body.
He steps forward towards you, furtively. Can you still feel love?
As much as I ever could. And I reach out to touch his face.
Your hand moves up towards his face and passes through him entirely. You feel the coldest of chills as your hand meets his diaphanous, completely translucent form. And he dissolves from...
She smiles, a sort of sad half smile. Sort of says, of course. And And then she sort of draws in a breath and says loudly to the mist, "But the real Sindel is still out there. And I leave him to make his own choices for himself." And then she turns and continues walking in the way that she was originally walking.
Finally, Amnestria. Or is it Ginnifer? It's hard to tell nowadays. I think at this point in time, let's call the form in which you are currently.
Amnestifer.
Let's say that
Ginestria.
Ginestria.
You know, I was rewatching the episodes, and that's one of the names you guys gave them like 20 episodes ago. So it's nice to call back. But go ahead. Sorry.
Let's say that you
Nothing
were
if not consistent.
that from what I remember, at the end of Shaylot, you were in Amnestria's form.
I was in Jennifer's form.
Oh, well then you are in Amnestria's form now. That's for certain.
I am.
Yes, you are.
The mists do
Oh.
crazy things.
Ginnifer.
I'm sorry.
She's not gonna have any fucking idea what's going on, though.
Ginnifer, for certain, was absolutely essential to defeating Verindis, and I think that the last thing that Ginnifer saw was this group of compatriots that she never really felt belonging to anyone, except maybe her sister. But then her vision fades and Amnestria's replaces it as they merge and switch, almost like a dance. Is Amnestria inside Ginnifer, or Ginnifer inside Amnestria, or is this place simply a mindscape within one of them? This place of interminable mists that Amnestria finds herself in. But it is Amnestria that we see.
All right. Going to be very confused at how I got here, and look around. Make sure I have all my gear. The last thing I remember was I was clutching that pendant
Correct.
I found.
Yep. Roll
So I'm going to...
a d20 for me, Maeve.
Sure, can do that.
Oh no.
Well,
Oh no.
But like we
no,
said,
no,
they're
tracks.
basically all bad. So.
that tracks.
Yeah.
That's a 1, Matt.
That is a 1.
That's a 1.
That is an uno. Okay.
All right. Right. What do I see, Matt?
Give me one moment.
Take your time.
Right. Okay.
Right.
The mists that wreathe themselves around you do seem to give you a little bit of space in this environment in which you find yourself. It's very strange because normally the mists are absolutely ever present and sort of obstruct your vision, obstruct everything around you to the point where you don't even know what the heck is going on. But in this case, the mists seem to recede. And you find yourself walking through a garden. A garden laden with flowers, pinks and whites, purples, blues, all set in perfectly set rows. You see trees, beautiful flowering trees, covered by this white mist that seems to wrap itself lovingly around the trunks of these growing, massive, magnificent trees. But there is no wind to stir it. Mist. It is simply the garden.
All right. going to look around, make sure I don't see any of my friends, and seem really confused at how I got here, because the last thing I remembered was defeating Pietra.
Correct.
So this is not Shalith. Or sorry, Shalot.
Shelat. It is definitely
Yes.
not. Shelat is an underwater city.
Yes.
This is very much not underwater at all. This is above ground. White picket fence, garden, beautiful, expansive garden, well tended. Walks through a sort of gravel path, white gravel path through the middle of a number of beautifully tended plots.
I feel like I'm in the mist.
Do you feel like you're in the mist?
Yeah.
I mean, you do see it. It is around you. It just seems to
Oh.
be sort of keeping its distance enough to enable you to see what is around you.
Right. Well, this is a different experience than I'm used to. The last time... It's been a while, but... I'm going to sort of reminisce to myself. Try to think about where I think I am. Look around for my friends. Follow the path. Presumably hoping it leads me to where I need to go.
Follow the path. The mists seem like a curtain to open up in front of you. And there are more and more plots of garden. They seem to spread out like a landscape of garden before you that goes on for acres and acres and acres of never-ending garden in all directions. It's quite beautiful, actually.
Sounds very beautiful.
Quite different from everything that you've seen in all of your travels. There is this strange feeling, Amnestria, that no matter where you go, the beauty of this garden would present itself to you. You know that this is some kind of a vision or landscape that does not seem like it's real. It seems like a dream almost.
Alright. Never seen a place like this, huh? Alright. You said there's fences, is that correct?
Yes, there are fences that divide the garden plots.
Any signs around?
Signs? No.
Alright. How tall are the fences?
Well, probably 3 feet.
Okay. Can I reach over and maybe pluck a flower?
Certainly. You reach over. What kind of flower? What color?
Yellow.
Yellow. Wonderful. You pluck a flower from the group of flowers. Let's call them, I think tulips, if I'm not mistaken, are yellow flowers, right?
It can
Can
be,
be.
yes.
Tulips can be any number of colors.
Fair enough.
Daffodils are always yellow.
Daffodils are always yellow, yep.
I like tulips. Tulips are nice.
I like, let's go with tulips, I think, just because of the, I like to say tulip. You pluck the flower, it comes off easily in your hand as you've plucked it from the earth. You bring it to your face. It's a beautiful, spotless piece of floral life. And it's sort of almost as if it has a straight back to the stem. Its beautiful petals extend up like they're reaching for you. Make a perception check.
Sure. I can do that. Let me just make sure I had the right sheet. I made sure to open both of them because I knew this might happen. Well, it could have been good, but that's okay.
That's a 9.
That's for the best.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fair
it's
enough.
okay.
Yeah. As you're focusing on this flower, it's got a wondrous smell to it. Its leaves are perfectly green. It's like the perfect flower.
Great. I'm going to take it. I'm going to put it above my ear, in my hair, underneath my hat.
Yeah.
That I stole from Pietra. Because
Yes,
it's mine now.
it is yours now.
You even put your name in it. So you scrubbed out Pietro and writing Amnestria.
This hat belongs to scrub.
Yeah, just crossed it out with a marker.
Love it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep walking.
Okay.
I'm gonna look around though. Like I feel like Amnestria would feel very at ease here.
Sure.
Like given everything she's seen.
What's your passive perception as
It's
Amnestria?
not amazing, man. I'll be honest. It's 14.
14? Fair enough. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, you continue to walk. The plots lay out miles now. Mists have receded to a place where you can barely see them, just on the edge of the horizon. But the gardens that you see, it would have taken someone an entire lifetime or multiple lifetimes just to plant all of these beautiful flowers of every shape, every size, every type, every breed. And in such numbers, Amnestria, it boggles your mind.
It's very interesting.
Do you keep walking or do you stop to observe them?
I'd probably walk for a few more minutes and then stop.
When you stop, you notice, because of your 14 passive, and it has caught up to you, that there is a strange sort of sound, like a whispering sound, coming from behind you. Like a hissing sound.
Okay. I would turn around then and
When you
look.
turn around, you notice that the entirety of the ground, the entirety of the wooden frames of the fences, and the entirety of the plots of land that you have passed have become black as soot. And that where you have walked, the very steps that you have taken, have spread rot and disease and darkness behind you. And that everything that you have stepped upon, every step that you have taken, has destroyed with necrotic energy the very flowers that you have come to enjoy so very much.
I'm gonna look down and take off one of my gloves. Look at my hand.
Take off the glove, look at your hand. Pure white as snow.
Is it covered in scars?
No.
Strange. Well, think Yami would take a deep breath. Take out Claudia's rapier. Hold it. Look into it.
You see the reflection of your face staring back at you, Amnestria. Your skin is flawless. Pure white like alabaster.
Even my facial scar?
Everything. There is not a scar to be found on your face, body, arm, anything.
Is my hair still orange or is it white?
Your hair is the same color as your skin. Pure white. No red, no brown, no color at all, in fact. Nor do your eyes have any color. They are a sclera only. Pure white.
Alright. I'm gonna grit my teeth, and I'm gonna take the rapier, and I'm gonna cut myself with it and see what happens.
Hey. Take the rapier. Obviously, this is it's not a crit, but it is obviously a natural hit.
Yes.
Let's see how much damage you do.
I was thinking more of, like, doing my blood right.
Okay, so that's fine. Do your blood right. Let's see how much damage you do for your blood right you would normally do.
Yeah.
3.
I didn't roll a 6.
It's a superficial cut, but one that still stings.
It is, but see, there's a reason why I did this. This rapier is silver.
Very much so.
What does it feel like when I do this?
It hurts.
Oh, because she's Amnestria.
Hurts like I remember it hurting last time?
Yeah.
Okay.
When the blood begins to seep out of your wound, the blood is a very strange color. It's not white, it's not red, I can tell you that, Amnestria. But it is a sort of a dark purple. The kind of fluidity that comes out of your arm is not like that of blood either. It is like sap. It's like tree sap. It begins to slowly coat your arm as it flows down. But it's like no fluid you've ever seen before.
I'm going to take my hand, and I'm going to reach up to the flower, put in my hair. I'm going to take it out. See if I can look at it.
The flower is perfect. Just like you.
Is it? That is very strange. Alright, question. Can I sense... Can I sense the direction Louisa's in?
I'm going to go ahead and say you don't make a roll for that because the answer is no.
Okay.
You don't sense anyone but yourself.
Right. Then I guess I'll keep walking.
Seemingly unfazed by this horrendous state of affairs, you continue to walk. The path behind you completely fills with necrotic soil as the gardens behind you. I think we can sort of see from a viewer's perspective as Amnestria walks into the distance, just entire plots and miles of soil around her begin to sort of outwardly stretch and blacken behind her as she walks into the mist.
Right.
I think that's where we're going to say that the 3 of your escapades within the mist end. Amnestria, you dissipate, and Ginnifer reconnects and finds herself in this new space. And so therefore, the, shall we say, comeuppances, the effects...
The effect of the mist?
Sure, of the mist, therefore, are placed upon Ginnifer.
That's
and
okay.
not
Oh,
Amnestria.
No. She's
Now is Jenny holding the flower?
she's gonna
Well,
be so
I
bad.
will inform you as to what occurs from a mechanical as well as from a cosmetic perspective. Let's start with Louisa. Louisa, when you come out of the mist, you find yourself in a very different place than you've ever... Well, I shouldn't say ever been. You've been there. But it is... your sense of the place is the same, except for the fact that you find yourself in a very darkened forest. The trees are gnarled, just like what we see here. They are... the roots of which sort of flow through the soil as if arms were stretching out for help, like that of a drowning man. and you begin to hear the sounds of other individuals walking through the mist to join you. You hear the sound of soil being moved underfoot. For your adventures in the mist, I'm going to tell you what it is that you have garnered.
Mm-hmm.
For the next 24 hours, the effect is that you are going to be vulnerable to slashing damage.
God damn it. Okay.
24 hours could be worse.
Could be worse.
It's true, but
Why not? You proceed through the mists as well, also finding yourself in within arm's reach of Louisa as you walk through the mist. And you, for your adventure through the mist, will obtain an effect, which is that if you fail a saving throw against being frightened, you are also blinded till the end of your next turn
Okay. How long?
for 24 hours.
Cool. Thank you.
And then Ginnifer. Ginnifer, you find yourself walking in a very strange fashion. You thought you were in Shaylot for a moment, but then the mists sort of clouded your vision, and now here you are walking in the mists again, only for a few seconds or so, until you find yourself in the presence of Louisa and Muadnhait. From a mechanical perspective, you will have an effect that is that if you roll a natural 1 on an attack roll, you will not be able to make an attack of the same kind for 3 rounds.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't get that one.
You do not get that one.
Wait, did you hear Maeve? Because I can't.
No, sorry. I've been muting myself on
Okay.
Discord instead of hitting the
Shit.
button because then I don't have to hear the feedback. So when you say that, can you explain that from a spellcaster
Yes,
perspective?
if any spellcast, so an attack roll, any kind of spell that causes an attack roll, if you roll a natural 1, that means you will not be able to cast that spell, say a cantrip or anything like that, for 3 rounds. So, for example, if you had a level 3 spell and you rolled a natural 1 on it, that means you would not be able to cast a level 3 spell for 3 rounds. If you cast
it's the
a
type. It's not just
the
the
type.
spell
okay.
type.
Correct.
It's a level 3 spell attack because she roll a level 2 spell attack.
Absolutely. Or level
Okay.
4 or level 5 or level 6.
Now,
Cool.
does that mean I can't roll attack rolls or I can't roll any spell?
No, just attack rolls of the same. So cantrips with attack rolls or leveled spells with attack rolls.
So
What about
saving throws are fine.
ones with
Yeah,
spells
saving
with
throws are
saving
Okay.
throws?
Yes,
That's
So
not
you
so
don't
bad.
roll.
Jenny mostly uses saving throw shit anyway. So
that's good.
For obvious reasons.
Mikmick.
now, did you say there's a cosmetic change to this too, or
No, not yet.
Okay.
Anyway, we'll see.
okay? We'll
As
see.
in, is the flower remain?
There is no flower. No.
Oh,
Ginnifer's like, how did I end up with this? Mikmick. As the mist closed over you, you are absolutely sort of confident in your fact that, well, I've got this ability that I can just walk. However, as the mists close over you and you lose sight of your friends, you also lose sight of everything. Because blackness surrounds you. Not just the mist, but total and in complete darkness. And it is then that you find that you cannot move. At all. You find that you are deposited prone and cannot move. You are covered with earth. It is only because you do not need to breathe, Mikmick, that you don't find any panic in your situation.
Buried alive again.
But you've been buried alive.
again?
Again. Luckily, only shallowly, in that as Mikmick, you present your arm, bursting out of the ground in a very sort of George Romero-esque fashion. Muadnhait, Ginnifer, and Louisa see an arm bursting out of the ground in front of them. A very small, very sort of grayish blue-skinned arm.
Well, that's
Ah!
and
Oh,
then
shit.
And
Moynat
Is
will
that-
go
is
over
an arm
and-
not me mechanical arm, man?
It is your regular arm.
Okay.
I was about to say, quick, he only has one.
Yeah.
Well, no, did he? The mechanical arm, the armor replaced the completely missing arm. So we've got one
Yes.
fully mechanical arm, but then the other arm would still have Mikmick's glove of holding, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fair
Well,
enough.
technically, it's part of his armor, so
Yeah, but so we would
It-
we
You'd
would
see that
recognize-
gloved arm, yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is why Moynat responds, well, that's new. And then she will walk over and sort of like do the clasp with the arm and pull him up out of the soil.
Okay. Yeah, you pull him up, he's covered with dirt. Worms, maggots, beetles,
Oh.
everything.
a repeat of the first episode. Or was it the first
Yeah.
or second?
God.
How did you wind up down there?
Your guess is as good as mine. I guess
Louise
the
is
Mist
just
wanted to play a prank on me.
Hmm.
Who knows?
I wouldn't put it past them.
Louisa kind of comes out of like whatever fugue state she was in and is all like, oh, you are covered in bugs. Oh god. And like takes her water skin and just starts like impromptu giving you a shower, basically, just to get
Why
all
not?
the
We'll
maggots and
press it-
stuff off.
I will
Um,
prestidigitate Mikmick.
Mikmick does
That
have
makes you feel better.
prestidigitation. He was about to do it himself. But...
Okay, fair.
Okay.
You can
Okay,
prestidigitate
come bring me
yourself
more,
then.
and then we not do it. Yeah.
And actually, no, Moynat will do it and look and go, oh, I suppose you could have done that yourself. Sorry.
That's all right. It's.
I can put it back.
I mean, I would have stayed like this for a little bit longer than you probably would have liked. So.
that
it's
doesn't
all
bother
right.
me.
It does bother me. Yes, please take care of that. Thank you.
Where do you suppose we all are now?
Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I've been stuck in a bloody plant maze with talking birds for I don't even know how long, so
I'm back to Moynat, so I can just be like, eyebrow.
Matt, for clarification's sake, Ginnifer does know that she has some issues going through the mist based on a conversation Amnestria had with her before?
Right.
Right. So Jennifer's just going to kind of look around and think, oh, someone new, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think Ginnifer's actually been here.
I
Maybe
guess
I'm
I
wrong.
have no idea where I am. Probably. I have no idea.
Just trying to think
do we know where
consequently.
here is?
Great question.
Why not?
You are
I'd like to
definitely like in the middle of a forested area. You sort of look around. You spy probably not too far from your position what looks like to be a very rarely traveled road, perhaps.
Could I
Are we
make
back in
a
Australia?
survival check to see if these look like the woods where I appeared the first time that I was brought up here on land?
You could make a nature check.
Nature, okay.
Could I go
Hoping
along
for
with
survival,
doing a
but
similar
I'll
thing?
do what I
See
can.
if Mickey
You could-
can figure out where he is.
Sure. Moynat,
Yeah,
you are
6 on nature.
unaware. All these trees
Yeah.
look the same in haunted forests.
If it was ocean topography,
Right.
no prob.
I do, yeah.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
Mick
Good
knows
job.
some things.
But of course, the artificer knows nature better than all of you.
Which makes perfect
Which
sense.
makes
not-
perfect sense.
You have to get materials from somewhere.
It's
you
very
I
know?
mean,
true.
that's true. You can artifice with natural objects.
That's true.
I mean, can I roll a nature check too?
You certainly can. I'm not going to tell you no for any kind of rolling. You can get your jollies anywhere you'd like.
8. I'm going to do that as well.
Okay. Louisa,
That's a natural 10.
your choice.
Oh, Louisa is I think she got pretty sloshed in the maze,
Mm.
in the labyrinth. So she's just basically like, "Yep, it's a forest. I've solved it."
Fair enough.
How very perceptive of you, Louisa.
Ginnifer, now is not the time. Please.
I mean, Louisa has the highest passive perception of all of us, I think.
No, I think now is the perfect time.
You stand in a forest, Mikmick and Ginnifer. I think that you recognize the flora. Maybe not necessarily the fauna, because you don't see any at this time, except for a couple of rather large ravens that are perching on the dead
And all the
tree.
insects we just shook off of Mikmick.
Very true. I didn't consider them. I think that you would have probably noted that the forest does look familiar to you if you have the time to recollect, I don't know, probably back a year or so, to when you were in Barovia.
So it is where we first appeared.
You did not
No, we
appear.
first appeared in Borka.
Oh,
That
that's
is
right.
correct.
No, where were we when we first appeared?
In Borka, that's
Borka.
correct.
It was
You appeared in
Borka. That's right. Okay.
That is where the House of Lament is.
Yeah. Okay. Very good.
That house.
Barovia is where the amber plinths are, and everything, or the amber temple and everything.
Barovia's
Barovia is where you want Scarf to be.
Yes.
So yes, the answer is the
Nothing.
Amber Temple is indeed in Barovia.
Okay.
It's in one of the mountainous regions of Barovia, called Mount Gakis, but indeed, you don't seem to be anywhere near that mountainous region. You are instead in one of the dark, haunted forests filled with horrible monsters, certainly,
Great.
that you went to when you visited Kresk, if you remember.
Yes.
Do.
Well, we're not going anywhere tonight.
Almost as if on cue.
What do you mean by that?
Almost as if on cue when Ginnifer says, well, we're not going anywhere tonight. I think that it is Louisa, with her astounding passive perception, that hears it first. You hear... What is it? Oh, sound effects time. You hear... Where is it? There we go. You hear the sound of something sort of coming in your direction. It sounds like a some kind of a wagon or carriage
Carriage is coming.
along the road.
And she melts back into the forest. She gives that one warning and bloop, Homer Simpson's right back into the edge.
I wouldn't wander away here.
I'm
Why
not
not
going
We'll
any-
literally stand in the middle of the road? She does not want to spend the night in these woods.
It does begin as the carriage appears to come towards you, and you begin to see it sort of apparating out of the mist. A very light but very persistent rain begins to fall. And although Moynat, you are certainly pleased by the feeling of moisture against your skin, it is cold, and it feels off. It feels almost acidic. It feels unpleasing.
She kind of like shakes her head and squares her shoulders against it as she waits to see what is coming out of the mist.
Okay. Anything, either one of the rest of you want to do anything?
Moynat is kind of like not dead center in the road, but definitely on the road. Enough room to jump past if this thing is going to barrel past and run her over, but wants to be visible. Just saying that part.
Okay.
That is a terrible idea. We should get back here this instant, and we should stop and rest.
Mikmick would want to try and maybe roll a perception to see if you can figure out if it's a Vardo. It's the people that deal with the mist all the time, or if
The
it's
Vistani?
an actual carry. Yeah, Vistani, yeah.
Go ahead and make a
sorry.
perception check. That's great.
Straight perception, here we go.
Nice, I'm remembering the
See?
word red. I couldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. The colors of the Vistani Vardos are usually pretty
Bright. And
bright,
fun.
pretty brilliant, pretty apparent. This carriage that moves towards you, driven by 2 midnight black horses, is as black as those horses.
Yeah, that's.
Have we seen this carriage before?
Yes, we
Not-
have.
Only once.
But Moynat also doesn't fear that carriage, so she's not going to move.
Excellent. It begins to come closer to you. Again, driven by these black horses, with no driver. No carriageman, no
Moynat
horseman.
will raise an arm in greeting.
You raise an arm, and not 20 feet from where you do, the carriage and its horses move to a stop.
And Moynat takes a moment and tilts her head to the sky, letting the rainwater wash over her face, wash over the dirt of her travails, and soak her hair, and then approaches the door of the wagon and waits.
As you approach the door opens, as if an invisible hand had moved it aside.
Louisa, where are you? You said you went to hide in the trees.
I did. You just hear this, like, terrible bird call of an answer. It's like... like...
It's smart to hide. I would much rather not get in that wagon. I'd much rather rest here for the night.
I assume that is you, Lord Stroud. Moynat addresses the wagon. The carriage.
There's no response, nor, from your perspective, as the door opens, does there seem to be anybody inside.
She looks back to where her companions are and says, I don't suppose your horse could stamp his foot and tell us how many hours the walk to the castle is?
To whom do you say this?
To the carriage, just in general. Like, to the interior.
Right. No response.
Trying to think if I have anything for this. Hold on. You guys can do what you want while I look at my character sheet. I'm just trying to figure something out.
Well, considering we barely survived fighting Verindis, and some of you are more injured than others, I think it's much better not to get in that wagon.
Mikmick. Louisa whispers from the hedge to you. Can you use your ghost light? If he's invisible, you'll see him in there.
You think Mikmick would hear that? 'Cause where would Louisa be in relation to the carriage?
She's heading in the trees nearby us, unless you've walked towards
Yeah.
the carriage.
And
Ginnifer
she's
has not.
whispering,
She's
so
still near the edge of the trees with Louisa.
Yeah, I haven't gone far. I've gone within easy running distance for Louisa.
so that would be like 40 feet away at least. So would Mikmick be able to hear Louisa whispering? Is the point I'm getting across?
I would say so, yeah.
I mean, I can give it a go, but I'm all for taking the ride that was sent to us.
No, I understand that.
And so
I just
Mikmick
want
will
to-
get out the ghost light and activates it.
Okay.
It's blinding light.
Yep. Brilliant, sort of a ghostly, whitish blue light apparates from this lantern.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of,
The lantern of revealing, essentially.
yeah. So you sort of poke it. It's like a hooded lantern, so you can sort of
Yeah.
vector it in one specific direction.
Mm-hmm.
So you aim it inside the carriage.
Carriage.
I mean, you're
Yep.
low to the ground, Mikmick, so you sort of have to aim it up a bit in order for you to see.
Yeah, just hold it up over his head.
Yeah, but I mean,
Why not pick some up?
it reveals invisible things to everyone, not just to you, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why not, as you're staring into the carriage, into the darkness of the carriage, which you see no one, the brilliant blue-white light of Mikmick's lantern illuminates the interior of the carriage. There is no invisible individual within, but what it does illuminate is a single envelope that is left on the beautiful leather interior seat of this carriage.
Can I reach the envelope without climbing fully inside the carriage?
Yes.
Message for you, sir.
Then I will take the envelope and open it.
Excellent. As you take the envelope from the seat, you see that it is stamped in a very dark red wax with a very prominent seal, a seal that I don't believe that you've seen before. But it is a seal of a magnificent feathered raven atop a jagged towered castle. Almost
Wait,
as if
isn't the Order of the Raven something we've heard about? I've got some of their shit.
Yeah.
the
it
Order
is.
of the Raven is certainly,
Yeah.
yes, indeed, what you have
I
heard.
don't think that is what this is, though.
Would you
I
at least
think
though,
that-
remind? Would you, just for the sake of gameplay, remind me what we know? As I scroll through my notes, what do I know of the Order of the Raven?
Yes, so the Order of the Raven is indeed, it's actually called, it's not called, I don't believe that you're thinking of the Order of the Raven, it's actually called the Order of the Feather.
That's it, the Order of the Feather. Thank you.
Yep. The Order of the Feather is a group of individuals that have, in rebellion against Strahd, have banded together in secrecy to defy him.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to stop a bad cat while I also simultaneously play this game. All right. She will briefly show the seal to the others and then pop the seal and open it and read the letter.
Oh, I have a handout. Let me just save it. I have the handout of the actual seal, so.
Oh, nice.
Why not, after you read that? I had a thought I wanted to share.
All right.
By all means, you guys can talk whilst I put the Von Zarevich seal on the board here.
We're in Barovia.
I think seeing from her hiding vantage point, seeing that the carriage is indeed empty, Louisa will come out.
Louisa.
What?
Hey, bad cat, stop being fucking bad. Hey, you're halfway done.
This-
Get down.
It's always,
Get down.
There's something
Thank you.
you should do while we're here.
She looks.
Me or Louisa? Are you talking
Me?
to me or Louisa? I'm sorry. Okay. Just checking. Thank you.
Louisa, there's something that you should have Moynot do while we're here.
What?
You should see if you can get a hold of that little were-raven girl. We met Mordant.
that's what it looks like.
That's really pretty. She's
Ooh,
from here, isn't she?
It is really pretty.
She. Muriel?
I make some kind of roll
Yes.
to see if Mikmick can figure out what that seal is from.
Well, you've not seen it before, but I think
Yeah.
when you say, what do you mean by it's where it's from?
Like, I mean, player thinks it's a letter from Strahd. Would Mikmick know what Strahd's
Crest?
stamp is?
You've not seen it
Yeah.
before, so you could make a history check with disadvantage, and maybe you can
Yeah.
sort of put two and two together.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
And as he's doing that, she sort of just like flashes it to everyone and then pops it open and begins to read.
It's a very it's a short letter. It only has 2 sentences in it, and it says
Come now.
that's 2 words, not 2 sentences. But it said
They. They can be imperative commands.
That's
I
true.
don't
Come,
know.
period, now, period. That is 2
They are
sentences.
technically two
Exactly, and there you
sentences,
go.
yes, but
So-
what does it actually say?
It says, travelers, you have returned to my land, and I welcome you. Please take this conveyance to my home, where there is much to discuss. And it is signed with a florid hand. Yours. And it just has a single florid S at the bottom.
It's Sindel.
Moynat will turn to her companion and say, "It appears that the Count has invited us and sent conveyance to join him at his home where there is much to discuss."
The last time we were here,
I'm not sure about Ginnifer or Louisa, but I would much prefer to get a good night's rest inside some solid walls, not out in the open.
Well, great. Let's do that then.
Yes, Louise.
Oh. all right, hear me out. Hear me out. Just a small bit. The last time we were here, we got into this carriage, and it traveled a great distance in a very short amount of time. Would it not be wiser, and I understand it's raining, it's terrible, would it not be wiser to arrive at our full strength? He obviously knows we're here, he's obviously sent the carriage. We are obviously going to go, but we can say yes on our terms. We can arrive fully rested. Even if
Then
that
let's
means
rest.
camping out here for the night.
I will say that, first of all, his carriage proved restful last time we rode in it, at least for some of us. And,
Some of you, yes.
and also, simply, I don't think he means to kill us upon our arrival.
No,
Unless
not
we pissed him off, of course. Which is
Not
why
up-
I probably won't be the one talking.
Very good.
growth. Good job.
Jenny's definitely gonna look at you and like kind of do the Moynat eyebrow raise, and then give you like a nod of approval, like, "Hey, you're learning."
I'm learning.
Like almost like she didn't hear what you said
Louisa
the first time.
said
She had
that
to
in
process it.
character. She said that out loud. Like,
That's fair.
that was, yeah.
It's like a two-shot of Moy and Ginny both giving the eyebrow at the same
Yeah.
time.
Eyebrow
That's
powers,
fine.
activate.
Well,
1, 2, 3.
Form of
if you
an
like,
eyebrow.
if you like, I could send a message to Alanik and let him know the invitation we've received.
No,
See what his thought. Oh, why no?
because I don't trust Atlantic. I
Also,
want to send a
what-
message.
Do you trust anyone?
Sometimes.
but, am I misremembering? The last time we were here, all of our messages were intercepted by him, correct?
Oh, that is true. I had forgotten that.
The sending.
That's all right.
Give me. I don't hate your thought, Louisa. Give me a moment. And
Alright.
she is going to walk up to the horse and use this ability because it does not say that the. Oh, wait. The creature is able to understand at least one language. So I don't know if these horses can understand any languages. But if they can understand any languages, I can do this.
Okay.
So she will approach the horse closest to her, sort of run her
horse?
clawed hands through its mane, and then say, "Will you wait for us till morning?"
The horse is a little bit, how shall I put this? Put off by your close
Freaked the fuck
encounter.
out.
Yeah. Its eye goes massively wide as it comes within a
Close
foot
encounter
of
with the
you. If it does seem to understand you, it doesn't seem to indicate that in any way.
And then she'll stroke its mane a second time and then just say out loud in common, I do not intend to harm you, beautiful one. I just thought you might understand better that way.
Why not just leave him a note?
Would you wait here until morning?
There's no response from the horse.
All right, and then she'll turn to and say, I was simply trying to determine if our ride would still be waiting if we chose to rest here. We have no idea where but we have no idea where his castle is or how to get there from where we are. And so, if we intend to accept the invitation, I'm afraid we must do it now.
Can I make a quick check on something?
Sure, what's up?
Mikmick has noticed that Ginny seems adamant to not go and see Strahd for some reason.
I mean, that's your interpretation, perhaps.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if Mikmick can see any deeper than that.
I would say if there's anything to be seen, that would require an insight check, and I guess that would require as well either a deception or persuasion check to oppose that. Ginnifer.
Yeah.
I can... Sure.
Fantastic.
Sure.
Mikmick's
Sure.
bullshit check.
Sure.
19.
Holy shit.
Oh, sorry, you got the 19. Never mind, I got a 9.
Oh.
Good
Okay.
job.
So it's up to you, based on the 19 versus 9, Maeve, to give Red, through Mikmick, of course, any insight that he may garner from her outward or verbal behaviors.
Or if you want, you can whisper it to me through chat.
That's always a possibility, yeah. You can do that.
I think it's perfectly fine. Jenny was not in control when Amnestria met Strahd. But you guys know that Ginnifer knows what Amnestria knows, so she absolutely heard everything Strahd said around her. And probably felt a lot of the same things that Amnestria felt. But Jenny knows who she is. Jenny knows who she is. And perhaps she believes that going to meet Strahd and knowing his nature based off what Van Richten has told her is not the best idea when we're all very injured. She's very much in the same mindset as Louisa that we should probably take a break before we go meet Strahd.
Okay, so seeing that, Mikmick will just pipe up and just say, look, we are all very injured. We all really need a break. We have an invitation to see the Darklord of this domain, which is a very dangerous proposition. However, should we keep him waiting, or should we go there as quickly as possible? Which one would be worse for us?
Would I have any idea if Strahd is bound by the rules of hospitality?
Do we have to be invited in?
No, just meaning if he invites us, can he not
No, I
murder us upon entry?
don't know.
Sorry.
So, Matt,
Apologies,
Oh,
I
that's
was
fine.
distractado. Go ahead.
life happens. Would I have any idea if Strahd is bound by the rules of hospitality, i.e. he invites us into his home as guests, he can't murder us immediately?
If there was an etiquette skill, I would love you to roll it. I would say that probably would fall under history.
All right, then. Not amazing at it, but I'll give it a shot. 13.
I think with a 13, you know that nobility has consequences that come with it, no matter who you are. the formality of this particular request seems to imply that you would be his guests at his castle. The right of a guest is to feel safe and secure within someone's home. That's probably what you would garner. Whether it is implied or exact within this particular domain is unknown to you, but you know at the very least that, based on other domains and the way that they have treated their guests, it should be potentially the same for a noble as it would be for a commoner.
Can you?
And then I will turn to the party and say, it seems to me that we have received. I'm sorry, I want to role play this information I just got. It seems to me that we have received an invitation from the Darklord of this realm, and that is not something often extended, and would generally imply a measure of safety to those to whom it was extended. As such, given the option of resting here in the woods in the rain or resting indoors, I would much rather rest indoors. I understand your concerns, however, I do not believe we are taking this carriage into a battle. We are taking it into, let's say, a negotiation. Peace talks, perhaps, or perhaps declarations of war. All that can be decided once we are rested as his guests, who have not refused his hospitality, as Mikmick stated, and thus made him angry.
Matt, can I make a check to see the potential penalties of keeping him waiting?
Death by snoo-snoo! I don't know, dude. Jeez. The potential penalties.
Jenny is a noble, so
you are a noble,
does understand.
But the laws of your land do not necessarily apply to this one. So, you could surmise any number of things, right?
I guess
double secret probation. It could vary between that and like having your hands chopped off, depending on where you are.
To sort of compact my question a little better, Ginnifer trained under Van Richten, and I'm sure she's heard in the past tales of Strahd.
I mean, she's probably heard tales of him. Probably knows who he is and what he is. She probably doesn't necessarily know even from Van Richten, because I don't believe Van Richten's ever been invited for tea.
Well, probably not, but
so I don't think
sure that would be.
I don't think, and this is
I
just
want to
my
play
surmise.
that one shot.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
Strahd and Van Richten go to
tea. Yeah, I think that
high tea.
You would know that it's not wise to upset a Wookiee. How about that? Let's just say that, right? That's all I'm going to say about that.
And Maeve will know that reference now. Yay.
Yes, Maeve will finally know that reference.
I will.
I have
the only way to play the Strahd and Van Richten have tea one shot is if all the player characters are Rosencrantz and Guildenstern just in the background
I love
of
that.
this shit show.
I love that idea.
Exactly. So I have 2 questions.
Okay. Everybody's loving. I love all these questions.
Is it?
Just feed me.
Um,
What kind of day is it?
What kind of day?
Great
What
question.
time?
It's
What
definitely.
time?
It's not night, because it would be complete black. But
Yep.
it's sometime during the day. You're not quite sure. The problem with Barovia, as with many other domains of dread, but with Barovia certainly the most, is that there is this pall of mist that completely conceals any sort of indication of daytime or nighttime besides, complete darkness.
Yeah.
If it was day, there certainly is no sun that you can view in the sky. There is simply just a filtered gray pall that sort of plasters itself over this particular portion of the road at which you stand.
Okay. Then my second question becomes, do I feel any internal pull of the moon
Mm.
is anything triggering a heightened sense that maybe one of the enemies I am built to fight now is around, present,
I would say
tingling kind of feelings.
make a perception
like
check, Louisa, and I'll give you this
Okay.
with advantage.
With advantage. Okay.
Natural
Natural
20.
20.
Yeah, so
Nice.
so first of all, let's talk about the moon, right?
Yeah.
You don't see it in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
And you remember that when you were out in the seas of sorrow, you had to have a vision. You had to have actual sight of the moon itself in order for your lycanthropy to be active.
Yep.
Under the sea, where you had no vision of the moon, your lycanthropy was stifled. Whether that means that you know, whatever happened to you there will happen to you here, you're not quite sure, but I think with a natural 20, you know that when you say the enemy that you are now built to fight, if it is anywhere near, you do not have any kind of feeling that that is the case.
Okay.
Mikmick will put back up again and say, okay, I can see that everyone is a bit dubious about going to see Strahd just after we got out of a really big battle. I think probably the best idea that we can do is have Muadnhait send him a message, say that we really need a rest. We will take the carriage to his home and rest at his home before we speak to him. Because if we speak to him now, we will piss him off.
We can try it.
Wise idea, Tiny One. Very well. Give me a moment. All right, let's see.
Basically send the message saying, look, we're here.
We're coming. We're just tired. We got to nap first.
We're just tired. You don't want to talk to us when we're half asleep.
All right.
Basically.
Before you have this message,
Yes.
I may. I would like to talk to each of you before we go see Strahd.
What, privately or as a group?
All of us. I told Louisa I wanted to talk to her about something.
Yes.
And it involves all of you.
Oh, good. My castration comes publicly. Wonderful.
Muadnhait is going to sort of place her arm inside the carriage on one of the benches in hopes that that will keep it from leaving while this conversation happens.
Basically holding the door open.
Yes, essentially. Very well. What is it you wish to say?
It's a rather long conversation, I might add.
It is. Well?
Better start it now.
Floor is
Because we're
yours.
just in rain at the moment.
Well, if you'd give me a few minutes, we wouldn't have to be.
We are asking you to tell us your minutes begin now. Or I'm sorry, did you need to set the scene?
Yes, I did. Give me 10 minutes. You'll have your scene.
You may not have 10 minutes.
I'll have as long as it takes.
Can Muadnhait send the message at least?
Yes, send a message. Tell him we will be along shortly, but we need some time.
That's exactly what we were going to do when you interrupted us, but very well. Give me a moment.
Jenny's gonna start casting a spell.
Okay. 10 minutes.
Yes.
As she begins casting her 10-minute spell, I am going to take a moment to recompose the message that I had in my head. And then I will, and I've got 2 castings left of this before we rest. So,
Okay.
first message to Strahd.
25 words. Let's go.
Yes. It says, we received your letter. We request rest in private upon arrival. It has been a rough journey. Can we speak in the morning, please?
Two more.
No, that was 24.
That was 24 and I'm good.
The response comes. This dark, soothing, smooth, sonorous voice, tinged with an accent that you remember well. And Strahd von Zarovich replies, says, I apologize that my offer of hospitality finds you unready to enjoy it. The morning is not my time. I will await you soon. That's it.
Right, of course. He cannot speak in the morning because he is a vampire. However, he says he will await us soon.
So, in other words, don't keep him waiting.
Indeed. However, if you wish to speak what it is you need to say outside the confines of his domicile, I suggest you say it now, and then we may rest when we reach him.
Once again, I need some time.
Let's fast forward about 8.5 minutes.
Area.
You do notice that in that 8.5 minutes, thunder clouds are beginning to roil. You hear the distant peals of thunder.
Moynat has moved on to petting the horse. She likes the evil horsey.
The horse does not seem in any way affected or frightened by this storm.
And Mikmick is just sitting on the edge of the carriage.
Fair enough. All right.
Just watching Ginnifer just do her thing, not knowing what she's doing, but being like, okay, well, this is what
Jenny is
she wants
frowning
to do,
at you
so this
guys
is what
keep
she
trying
was
to
doing.
get her to talk immediately.
I think,
No, we're waiting at this point.
I know.
We're just killing time.
based on the fact that it is 11:30, and that Amnestria has quite a lot to inform you, I think that Amnestria finishes her spell, stands up to face the three of you. Sorry, Ginnifer, beg your pardon. Finishes her spell, stands up to face you all. There is a flash of lightning that cascades through the sky. And Amnestria focuses on you and says a single sentence, which we're going to say before we go to break. Maeve, give us that single sentence, please.
You wanted to be out of the rain. Here you go. Let's go into motion.
When she motions to the area with her hand, there is a burst of black earth that cascades into the road. And as if from the earth itself, funneling upwards, is a magnificent building, a tower.
I love this spell.
You have Magnificent Mansion?
Love it.
No, I don't.
This is not Magnificent Mansion.
Oh, okay.
This is not.
Oh,
It
I
is
don't know what.
covered with vines and blackened roots, and the stones of this tower are gray and drooping. But it is a tower nonetheless.
I mean, I sent you a picture of what it looks like, Matt.
Please, hit me with a picture, and then we will go to
I sent
break.
it to you.
When did you send it?
A while ago. I've sent it like twice now.
Well, I'll have to find it during break, and we'll bring it up
I will.
afterwards.
That's perfectly fine.
Cool.
Nice.
Okay. So that's what you see before we go to break, and I think we will now, in fact, go to break. And when we come back, I guess Amnestria has something to say to y'all.
We'll get Amnestria's info dump.
Info
Love it.
dump.
I'm Ginnifer.
Ginnifer. It's just because it says...
Ginnifer's.
It's Ginnifer.
Okay.
Listen, they're the same
I can take
person.
this off for right
just
now,
different
though.
now. Yes, you can
There
take
you
off
go.
your
Cool
scarf.
off for a second, Megan.
Cool.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we'll
We
be
are
back.
doing this arc
in
headed into summer. Oh, God.
Yes, indeed. We'll be back in about 5 minutes or so, folks. Don't go anywhere. More Ravenloft Domains of Dread after this very short break. All right, we are back, and it is time for, I guess, y'all to find that you have a lovely tower that Ginnifer has now planted that seems to have sprung to fruition. As promised, Maeve did in fact give me the art, and I was just remiss in giving it to you all, but I can remedy that quite easily. Here we go.
Hey.
Bam.
Ooh. Tower.
Cool.
Fun.
I love the fact that it's so dark and
thing.
evil, and you're all like, ooh, that's awesome.
I mean,
It's
do you
the
understand my
lamppost.
aesthetic at all?
I actually appreciate this more because we're near a fucking road, and there's a road there too.
Yep, that is
Yeah.
true. But yeah,
See,
it's
I just see
very cool.
lampposts in my Narnia loving heart. It's fine. It's fine.
I literally have a lamppost tattooed on my left rib
I know.
cage.
Mr.
for Narnia,
Thomas.
So yes, exactly.
Okay,
Very well.
so that's what you see.
Jenny's just gonna take a deep sigh and be like, "It's been a while since I've had to guess that one."
Imagine a few times it would have come in useful, but that's fine.
Under the
she
sea,
goes-
absolutely.
She goes and gives the horse a pat on her nose and whispers in its ear, "Please don't go anywhere. If we have to walk, I'm going to be very unhappy." And then she'll turn and just go walk into Ginny's magic tower.
Great. Jenny's going to follow you inside then. Open the door.
The door opens
Who's
with
that?
a horrible screech. What does it look like inside? You tell me.
Well, the tower is 3 floors tall. Right now. The first floor is very reminiscent to Van Richten's shop. It has a bunch of shelves just kind of reaching up high into like 10-foot tall ceilings. There's some desks, some chairs. It's a very small space. Only a little bit more than 100 square feet. So like it's pretty tight. There's a ladder that goes up to the second floor. It looks like a research lab. Like there's a lot of books just everywhere. Some of them look old, some of them look new. And it looks very much like a monster hunting lab. And along with, like a wizard's like library transported in a convenient tower shape.
Tower shape.
Well, since keeping Strahd waiting is not the best idea, I guess I don't have much time. Had we been able to stay a little longer, you would find out there are bedrooms upstairs along with a bathroom for you, why not, with a tub.
Why not gives her kind of an appreciative nod and then just slides down into the seat in one of the desks and kind of sits there like an attentive student, like, all right, let's get the lecture on with.
Right. So I need to talk to you about something very important to me. I don't feel like you trust me. That's a problem.
I suppose that depends on what you mean by trust. I will trust that you will always do what is in your own best interests, and in the moments when those align with mine, that's delightful, and when it's not, it could be a problem. Am I incorrect?
I'd say you are very correct. But I've been thinking about a lot of things recently. About myself, about Amnestria, about what I want. About a bit of information that you haven't quite bothered to figure out. I want to see the notes you have. I haven't taken them out of good faith.
What notes exactly?
The notes from when we were in Muadnhait and possessed by spirits. They're in your pack. I saw them when I took these. I'm going to hold up the vambraces. I did not take those, but given that there are sketches of the apparatus in my spellbook, I can only presume those are notes left by whomever took us over.
Out of game, I have zero memory of having these notes. So I'm not sure what it is I'm supposed to have.
They've bounced around.
They bounced around,
Yeah.
but they were last in your belongings.
Okay.
And
They're
then
the
I
notes
have
from
a
the Spirit
separate note.
Adventurers.
Sorry,
I have
the
a
notes
separate
from
note
what?
from Karsten.
They're the notes from the Spirit Adventurers that you had when you were a deer.
Okay.
It's all of our notes about the apparatus.
It's all the notes about the apparatus and what they
Okay.
discovered and everything that happened when we were unconscious.
I mean, I know it was when we were unconscious. That was why I just didn't remember my not having any.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah.
I'm more than happy to show them to you. It's something that happened to all of us. But why this urgent need?
Because obviously
More
she's figured something
importantly,
out
why
and she
the
wants us to know
secrecy?
it.
I need the notes to make sure that what I think is correct.
Why don't you tell us what you think is correct?
I need your notes to make sure.
I don't care if you're sure. I just want to know what you're thinking. I know that's your dearest secret, but it seems like an even exchange.
Well, actually, the thing I would prefer to give you in exchange is something else. I want something from you. Something only you can give me that I don't have the time to do right now. Something I want nonetheless.
Do you mean why not specifically, or do you mean the three of us
All of you.
individually?
All of you.
I'm afraid I don't strike bargains unless I know.
It's not a bargain.
What do you want from us, Ginnifer?
I want
Stop
you.
dancing around the issue.
I want
Tell
you
us.
to tell Amnestria my memories.
Sorry, what?
You didn't listen to her, did you, in Darklord, when she came out of the mists and said what she saw in them? A room with padded walls, a long hallway, people chasing her. Being on a beach with Renricton. Those are not her memories, those are my memories. And I need to know why she has them.
Because she is, in part, you.
But in what part of me? I don't know exactly what happened to me. I need to know. I need to know what she knows. I need to know if she remembers anything else. And one of you can tell her those memories. She will not listen to me.
Ginnifer. Of course we will ask her. I want to preface my next statement with that. Yes, of course we will ask her. Everyone deserves the right to know things that have been lost or hidden from them. But have you considered why she does not trust you?
Yes, I have.
And are you willing to change any of your behaviors, feelings towards her in exchange? And I'm not saying that it has to be in exchange. I am just... You know the reasons why. We all know the reasons why. Upon your very first instance of appearing to us, you tried to coerce a deal out of all of us in exchange to kill her so that you could get your body back. Do you understand?
That was not the first time you've seen me.
All right, yes, you are correct. The first time I saw you was on a bridge.
I have been here this entire time. Some of you saw me at Damnable House. Some of you saw me in Cartacus. And some of you saw what I did in Dementlu. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce it right. I forget how you pronounced it.
De Montlieu.
Some of you saw what I did in Dementlu.
Yes, that was you trying to get out.
That was me
leave
trying
her
to
in-
protect her. She keeps making such stupid decisions.
Is that what you've always done? Tried to stop Amnestria from making decisions that you disagreed with? Or Loria, I should say.
I've tried. Do what needs to be done.
Yes, but what you don't seem to understand is that you and your sister, whether it is Amnestria or Loria, or well, anyone really, what you don't seem to understand is that what you feel must be done is not necessarily what everyone else feels must be done. But sometimes, my child, it is. So rather than making your relationship so transactional, perhaps you just talk to us. And it may come to be that we choose to help you without requiring a negotiation.
I am trying to do that.
Well,
did you not hear anything I just said?
Oh, I did. I heard, I want something from you, and I want to give you something for the thing I want.
Also, we could have a discussion about tone, but I don't think that now is the time, so we'll just continue on.
Well, yes, no, I was... Regardless. Sorry, I have in fact been alive for a very long time.
And some of us haven't.
I was about to say, as my memories have come back to me, I am settling back into myself. Amnestria, as we know her, is not been alive for very long at all, because she is somewhat Loria and somewhat you, it would seem. And I think perhaps that memory, or whatever it was, that vision that she saw in the mist was not that she remembered, it was that the mist chose to show her your memory.
I don't know if it was the mist who showed her, or something else. It was some cruel joke from the gods.
And what are you going to do if she doesn't know? Because that is a very real possibility.
It is, but I won't know for sure unless you tell her these things. And I can't tell you these things until I can show you these things. But I don't have the time for that, because we need to go meet Strahd.
I understand.
What I'm trying to say is I need your help with this, because she trusts each of you more than she trusts me.
We'll help you. Of course I will. Things have been done to you that you don't understand and you want to right them. Of course I understand that.
Things have been done to me my entire life.
Yes, by that terrible, terrible man. Oh my god.
Exactly. And
You
also,
have no idea what he and my father have put me through.
and we won't until you tell us.
No, you won't until I show you.
What exactly does that mean? You keep saying it. What does it mean?
I have a way to show you my memories. But I can't do that right now, because we need to go talk to Strahd.
Why can't you do it right now?
Because
It's
it
a matter
requires
of-
me casting a spell that I don't have the magic to cast right now.
Alright.
And it requires time. Time we do not have.
How much time does it require?
At least 2 hours. I need to rest.
Well, let me put this to you. If we time our arrival at Strahd's... Well, actually, I've already told him we wish to rest upon arrival. He's been made aware. If we arrive at Strahd's and rest and awake in the morning, he will not be able to speak to us until the sun has set and you will have all the time you need.
Fine. Fine. Before that, I do need those notes.
Very well. Why not? We'll pull them out of her bag and hand them to her.
Right. I'm going to put them away.
You could have just asked at any time.
Ginnifer, where is this hostility coming from right now? I would like to know that.
I need to know I can trust you.
What have we ever done to prove that you couldn't?
Trust is earned.
Yes, I agree.
What have you done to earn ours?
I have saved your life on numerous occasions, as last I recall.
And we have saved yours. What more do you need?
I have gone out of my way to help you with each of your little journeys. Now I'm asking you to help me with mine.
And we have already promised that we would. Even if on your first conversation, not first appearance, I understand that that phrase is a bit triggering for you. But upon our first conversation, not a single one of us said that we would not help you, even though what you are asking, for some of us, might have seemed impossible.
Did Amnestria not ask you the same thing?
To kill you?
Yes.
In exchange? No, she never did.
But she asked you to do it.
Do what?
To kill me.
When? I have no memory of that conversation.
As I recall, when we left for Mordant, you had said, Louisa, are we going to kill your sister now? When we went through the mists. Something I don't get to do, I'll have you know.
When we were going to Mordant. So, this was before I even... Because now I think we're actually getting to the bottom of the hostility here. And we are going to have a direct conversation now. So I want you to speak plainly. And I want you to tell me exactly what it is that you are angry at and what. Please go ahead.
I don't trust people often because I have not had a very good time in my life. I am trying to trust each of you, but I need you to show me that you can be trusted.
And exactly how do we do that beyond what we've already done?
I just told you. I need you to tell Amnestria what you see.
And after we tell Amnestria that that vision in the mists was actually your memory.
She knows that.
Well, then
Does she?
And also, then why do
She
you need us
thinks
to
it.
tell her?
It is very complicated.
Well, you're not making
We
it
are,
terribly easy, Jennifer.
I am not very good with people, in case you haven't noticed.
Yes, we have gathered that.
There are so many things we need to discuss, and so many things I have thought about. Things you have said, things Mikmick said.
If you choose to dwell on every single thing that every person you've ever known has said to you, you will drive yourself mad.
It's a little late for that.
And last I heard, that's something that you don't want to be. You do not want to be me. And that is
No.
how you become me. Now, I think we've spent enough time talking here. Can we get back to the task at hand?
I think you're
Seek
right.
Strahd. And Mikmick will walk out.
But once I agree with the tiny one, I think we're done here. And stand up and follow Mikmick out.
Louisa,
Yes,
before you go,
yes.
for the record, I agree, or agreed, or do agree with the choice Amnestria made there. She was right. She would just put herself in your way once again.
Do you mean to protect me?
Yes, but to protect others.
And would you
But
agree?
I agree that the choice she made was the choice I would have made.
And then would you agree that I have also done the same?
This is why I'm trying to talk to you about it.
This is why I'm trying to listen, Jennifer. But it's hard to listen to just anger. I am sorry for what I said before I knew of your existence. I truly am. I cannot apologize for what happened with Megwin.
I'm not asking
And I know,
you to.
good, because I know that that might hurt you. And I know that you would have wanted a different outcome. I promise you, in the time that I had, I did my best to weigh everything. I asked.
I agreed with the choice you made. We should go. This isn't getting us anywhere right now.
Just one more thing.
Yes.
Jennifer's still wearing the spear, right?
Yes, I'm going to give it back. I borrowed this.
Oh, I didn't say that part in character. I was wanting to. We're still.
Yeah, no, she still has a spear, and she was planning on giving it back.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay. Well, Louisa is going to say, are you going to make me ask for it?
no, I'm going to give it back to you. Amnestria gave it to you. Did she not?
She did.
Then here, take it.
Thank you.
I
Louisa will
let-
take it back. She'll weigh it in both hands. All you need to do, if you want it in the future, is ask. And if you would like it back, I will happily give it to you right now.
No. I will use it again if I need to, but for now, that is not this time. And I will try to ask for it next time. But I figured the hag trying to murder us wasn't really the best time for that. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, Ginnifer. Once again, missing the very principle of the idea. But yes, I do agree. And she just gives you a small smile. Takes out a flask. Takes a drink. Offers it to you.
I don't drink.
Would you like to start? It's wonderful.
And then you realize that
Maybe
Ginny's
later.
like 16. It's like, oh shit.
But he is not 16.
She's definitely not 16.
Yeah.
She's 16 in elf years.
No.
She's technically a half-elf. Anyway.
Oh, that reminds me. I have to give this back to Mikmick. I still has.
Well,
Louisa still has.
I can't dismiss the tower, so it's going to be here for 24 hours.
Oh,
I mean,
we have some place to
Homeless
run.
Woodland creatures will have a place to hang out.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You go in there and there's going to be some dogs playing poker. It'd be great. All right.
As soon as they enter Ginny's
I guess
tower,
we're
they
going
all
to-
get like +10 intelligence.
Yeah, exactly.
I wish.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff to read in there. They might be able to sort it.
So you exit the tower after this escapade, this little tete-a-tete-a-tete-a-tete. The carriage is still there. The rain is coming down quite heavily now, I would say. Perhaps one might say in sheets. Gosh darn
Never
it.
one to mind the rain. Why not just sort of strolls casually through it up to the carriage and then climbs inside and takes the seat.
Jenny's going to go inside as well and sit on the opposite side and look at the notes.
Moynat is just kind of like smiling at her, not in like a mean way or anything. She's just kind of she's got a little smile on her face as she looks at Ginnifer.
What?
I forget sometimes how very young you are. And in many ways, it makes you make much more sense. And I suppose I get frustrated with you because I expect more. But that is my cross to bear, not yours.
I would ask that you not repeat those words again.
I will not consent to that.
And you're no better than Van Richten.
What about me? Am I young?
Better than anyone else.
You all entered the carriage, or is anybody staying outside?
I think
Well,
Louisa.
Mikmick was the first out, so I think it was probably the first one in the
Okay,
carriage.
fair enough.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
I think Louisa really hesitates before she get in that carriage. She hated it the back here. She knew this was where we would end up eventually, but she had really hoped for a pit stop before this.
Let's talk mechanically in terms of how bad y'all are off. Let's talk hit points and resources, right? You guys did get a level up to level 13, but you haven't
But we haven't
obviously had
rested
the
yet.
chance to rest yet. So let's talk hit points first. Louisa, what are you at right now in terms of hit points?
So I have a really unfortunate confession. I thought
Your hit poetry
100%.
spot.
No, I thought 100% that you said that with the level up, it just went through and we had gotten a long rest.
Ooh.
So I have no idea.
Okay.
I know I was completely out of key points. I know
Yeah.
I was low.
Yeah.
That's really all I know.
I will go ahead with the assumption
Right
based
now.
on the fact that I don't have your hit points from 6 months ago.
Yeah.
That you
Sorry.
were that's okay. That you were I know that you went down, especially at the end there of the fight towards Farindus. But you were healed,
Did I?
obviously. Yeah.
I
You
was.
were healed. I healed you with life transfer.
Oh, you gave me heal.
Yep.
That's right.
Right. So I'm gonna say like you're about a third of your health. So if you have, from what I see, 105 hit points,
Yeah.
I'd say that you have like 37 hit points.
Okay. All right. Accepted. Oops. 3,000.
I only leveled up today. I did also, for some reason, think we had a long rest. However, I do remember what I was at.
All right.
Because I
You were
only
at
did it a
max
couple hours
health.
ago. My health was at max because I got revived right at the end there with my bargain.
Right.
And I am down to 2 bardic inspos, 2 uses of the mouth hands,
Mouth hands.
and I have no. After that sending, I have no level 3 spells, no level 4 spells, 2 level 1 spells, and technically, because with this level up, my warlock spell slots moved. I had what was 4 out of 4 on second level spells, but now it's 4 out of 3.
Okay. Fair enough. That makes sense. I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's that. I mean, I could take one of those and move it up into my level 4s as a warlock, as an unused warlock spot, if you want. That's fine. Because I clearly hadn't used any warlock slots, but
I
that
don't
is-
think it's gonna matter much. I don't think.
I
It's
don't
gonna...
think it is either. But health-wise, I am at full.
Okay. Cool. Ginnifer, you had the same thing as what you had before, which is
After taking the 3 points of damage from Amnestria cutting herself, I have 65 hit points.
65.
I actually.
Yep.
Yes. Spell slots, I have 0 5th level, 0 4th level, 2 3rd level,
Okay.
seems. I don't. And then I have 2 2nd level and 3 first level.
Beautiful things. Okay. And then finally, Mikmick.
Yes.
What do you got? sir?
About half health.
52. Looks like out of 111.
Yes. Well, 111 after the level up.
Right,
It was
right,
about
right.
106, so half health.
Yep.
With the level up, I gained an extra spell slot of 3rd level. So I've got 1 spell slot left in 3rd level,
Okay.
2 spell slots left in 2nd level, and 2 spell slots left in 1st level.
Super. Super, super, super. All right, great. Thank you, folks.
Matt, so I have both D&D Beyond and Roll20, and I haven't changed anything with Jenny since then, so I don't have any 3rd level spell slots left. I'm incorrect.
Okay, cool.
I will trust that instead of D&D
I
instead
agree.
of Roll20.
I agree. Yeah. D&D Beyond is the gold master. Okay.
Well, usually I keep track of them when I'm doing combat shit.
I agree.
So.
That's fine. All right. So the 4 of you pile into this beautifully lined, beautifully upholstered carriage. And as the 4 of you settle in, the door slowly shuts by itself.
Good automatic doors.
Yes.
I don't
Settle
suppose
up.
there's any
Handy.
food in this carriage this time, is there?
There is no food, but there are
Yeah.
2 sort of lantern sconces on the inside, which seem to have some kind of material in them that burns bright enough that you can see each other, as well as the outside environs, as there are also lantern sconces on the outside, as if the entirety of your trip is now lit from the inside and without from the carriage. And with that, the carriage goes on its merry way, begins to ride through the forest in the rain.
How long do you think this trip will take, Matt?
Well, I guess the question I have for you is, do you know where you are?
No.
Nope.
I don't.
Not a clue.
I guess I'm just wondering, can I start looking at the notes and maybe start trying to glean some information?
Yes,
that
I would certainly say so. I would say that it's perfectly fine.
Great.
The trip does take you past some rather interesting, shall we call them, landmarks. Obviously, the ever-present forests of Barovia loom like massive birds of prey as you ride through the rain-sodden and misty forests. But you do make out, as you stretch your head perhaps once or twice out of the windows, to see several landmarks, several interesting pieces of Barovian history, shall we call them. As your carriage jaunts along the road, you see that there is something in the distance that begins to apparate out of the mist, and you can sort of spy, as you look ahead, a massive wall, perhaps 100 feet high. This wall is covered with lichen and moss and vines, and it seems to be a wall that the sides of which you cannot see, but the top of which you barely can through the mists. What's perhaps even more distressing is that this wall has only one entryway, and that entryway is covered by a perhaps 50-foot tall gate, metal gateway, like a double door that swings inwards and outwards. You're not quite sure. On either side of this gate are titanic statues made of stone. These stone statues flank the door, this gate. As the carriage trundles on towards this gate, you hear the shriek of metal as the gates open again by some kind of invisible hand, opening outwards to let the carriage through. As you move towards these open gates, you see these massive stone heads on either side of the road. 2 of them. You see a very angular...
On the opposite side of the wall?
No, on your side of the wall. You haven't yet passed through the wall yet.
Okay.
The carriage passes along the road, and you see on either side of the road these stone heads that lie alongside of the road as if they were deposited there by some horrible miscarriage of nature. And as you look at the statues above, you realize that the statues themselves have no heads. I'm going to show you, perhaps in a more visual way, what it is that you see.
I remember this.
Aye.
Creepy, but at least the sun is out here.
If you want to call it that, sure. The sun, if you deign to call it something akin to it, is not in any way strong. It is barely enough to keep the world around you visible, but it is not something that you would call streaming sunlight, shall we say. As you pass through the gates of Barovia, you hear that same screeching metallic sound as the gates close with a thunderous clap behind your carriage. And you journey on. Perhaps 10, 15 minutes later of the horses driving you along the road, you begin to see the forest thin. And in the distance, alongside the road, a massive hillock. And on top of that hillock, a lonely, decrepit windmill. Its spokes destroyed, rotten, unmoving. What this means, or its significance, you are unsure. But I will show you what it is that you see as your carriage drives along the
Love this art.
Ooh.
So good.
I am my Don Quixote, my Lord of La Mancha. My destiny calls and I go.
You see that
And
this...
that's 8 seconds.
Thank you, 8 seconds. You see that curled around this ancient, decrepit windmill, which clearly has, shall we call it, mechanical problems, that there is some kind of a strange sort of circular walkway. It seems to be about a floor above the main ground level. And clustered around its top are a dozen flying things. You're not quite sure at this distance if they are birds or massive bats or perhaps something else. But that is what you see as your carriage passes through into Barovia proper. The storm begins to pick up, and you begin to see that the skies above you are now absolutely black with storm clouds. The rain comes down now, and the lightning crisscrosses across the sky as your carriage begins to move along a very precipitous path upwards along a narrow road slash... let's call it what it is, essentially a cliffside. You look over the edge and you see that the cliffside moves upwards into the forest. And this cliff drops perhaps dozens or hundreds of feet down into the forest below. You can sort of hear off in the distance perhaps the babbling of a river or a brook. And the howling of wolves begins to punctuate the sound of the oncoming storm. Go. I have one more handout for you. And that I think is a quite important. Let me see if I can grab it.
Do I need my scarf?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Let me see if I can get it and then bring it onto the page, because I did forget to... Here we go.
God, is the rain here or is it...
Both.
Both.
It's both, Megan.
I know.
I was
It's
having this problem on break.
It's like, is
I'm
it raining
getting
here?
into round
Are we in
sound, and it
Ravenloft?
is. It's... Yeah.
Mhm.
Here we go.
And I think the thunder is actually in Astoria right now, so it's like it's double
okay.
crazy for me
Yeah,
at
because
the moment.
I'm not getting thunder. You're getting thunder from real
Yeah.
life.
Yeah.
Manhattan is clear. Well, it's raining, but it's not thundering here.
Okay.
So the first thing I'm going to show you is the actual castle itself as it comes into view.
Yes.
Roll credits. Roll
So
credits.
good. Love the red glowing eye graven in the front and the top. Everything's awesome.
You spy
Is that the fucking bird from me?
Who knows?
It's the fucking bird. Anyway.
The carriage continues onward, and you see that at the top of this precipitous cliff that you are traversing towards. There is a massive, monumental edifice, this castle made of black stone. 2 towers strike upwards into the black sky like massive fangs of some kind of monstrous animal. You see that there are lights on within. And perhaps it is the darkness of the sky, or perhaps it has indeed turned night. It's difficult to say at this point. But the interior of the castle seems to be lit as you journey towards it. You see that on one side of a cliff that you are approaching, there is a guard tower, or a set of guard towers. And those 2 guard towers flank a enormous ravine across which a drawbridge, a wooden drawbridge, has been dropped, allowing you entry across it into the castle itself.
I think Mikmick wanted to make some carriage conversation.
Oh, please, by all means, converse.
So in the trip, Mikmick is going to notice the distinct lack of conversation. So Mikmick is going to try and spark up a little bit of banter, conversation, small talk, whatever you want to call it. And he'll just say, Ginny, you once told me that when Amnestria is in control, you can hear, see everything that's happening, right?
That's right.
So, do you remember what I said when Amnestria fell the first time?
You mean when we died?
Yes.
I remember you were unconscious on the floor. Amnestria touched you. Left that mark on your arm.
Yes. And I also said that if she were to die, I would rather go rather than her. I assume you probably wonder why I said that to a person that I had only known for only hours at the time.
A point of clarification, Red. You did actually say that after she was dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, Amnestria died and crushed her death when you begged Dr. Ansor to take you instead of her.
Yeah, but was...
It was too late.
Okay, so Junie didn't know that.
No, because she also died.
Okay. Well, in that case, we can just say, look, what was Gloria really like as a fighter? I'm talking about Gloria here, not Amnestria, whatever Amnestria is.
Why do you want to know?
Because, Ginnifer, I too lost a sister that was at a very young age. I know the pain, the hurt, the unending regret to think about what you could have done. And when I saw Amnestria fall for the first time, all I could see was my sister falling. And I didn't want to see that again. So I'm asking, what was Gloria like? I want to remember what my sister was like, because from what I've seen of Amnestria, well, they're a very close match. Always willing to fight, always willing to protect. Good-hearted. I just want to remember. But I want to remember a real person. Loria. Not the amalgamation that is Amnestria. And maybe remembering Loria as she was may help you figure out some of your shit.
Roll a persuasion check, Red. I want to see if I actually want to see if you can.
Oh
Persuasion?
no. With his
Yeah.
-1 persuasion.
The dice
Yeah,
don't
negative
sorry.
one.
Come on, just roll high.
Give him
Yeah.
advantage.
Or,
Come
or,
on.
or don't.
Give him advantage.
That was a pretty good speech.
It was.
It was.
I was
It
gonna say a term that we have in the Monty Python RPG, which is fornicate the dice.
Yeah.
It's
Sorry.
not fornicate, Matt.
I don't care.
Fornicate the dice.
I don't remember what it was, but I'll say fornicate
It's
the dice.
funnier that way.
I like it
Yeah.
that way.
Sure.
Part of me just wanted to know what he rolled. Jenny would sigh and put down the papers and look over at Mikmick. And she would start to describe someone not unlike Amnestria, but without the flippancy and bad decision making Amnestria is very prone to.
Well, she
Someone
is
who
cursed
stood-
like 3 ways from Sunday.
Yeah, no, I know.
Or maybe
Someone
making came from Ginny.
Jenny would do her best to describe what she remembers, and I know Matt has some other things, so I don't really want to get into like all the nitty gritty because I know Matt wants to do some stuff. So
And
I-
reminiscing on Loria,
I think
Ginny's
perhaps
emotion
you would
gonna be
see
like?
maybe a slightly softer side of Jenny in this moment. Actually asking her about Loria and her allowing you to kind of like guide her. But she's not as angry and bitter. Still there. Still has the same tone. Like she's annoyed to talk to you, but yeah.
And Mikmick will just say, "Thank you for that, Ginnifer. I just wanted to say that even though Amnestria reminds me of my sister, you remind me of an old work colleague. A colleague that I really did not get along with. She was brilliant in her own mind, but every time she spoke, I just wanted to smack her in the fucking face. But at the end of the day," he points to his artificial eye, "this is my shit attempt at doing what she could do. She could do this a whole lot better than I could ever do it. She could make it look like a real eye. Me, I'm shit. I may be good at making armor, but the intricacy, I cannot do. This is why I do not trust you."
Listen, I love Mikmick. He speaks his mind, right? He
Yeah.
speaks his mind. He has no filter.
I just laughed my own eyes out of focus.
Yeah. Louisa pulls out a whole other flask because she's got one of her own and she just chucks it at Moynot across the carriage because I think she took the seat next to Ginny. Yeah.
During... Go ahead.
Oh, no, I think that... Yes, no, I think because Ginny either had to sit next to me or Mikmick, and now they're having this conversation across as you and I are across from each other. Yeah.
I think you're just going to see Jenny's, like, perhaps slight bit of joy she had about talking about Laurie just very quickly fade when he starts mentioning this other
And
part.
Moynat will take a slug from the flask, just look over and shake her head and say, "Tiny one, your way with words will never cease to amaze me."
It's better than... It is still somehow better than the comparison he had between Amnestria and me, and a crossbow and a bolt.
At that, Moynat will laugh out loud, take another slug from the flask, and hand it back to Louisa, because that is the first time she's ever heard Ginny make a joke.
I
was
think
not.
at that, Louisa's just gonna like clap Ginny on the a couple of times. Yeah.
It wasn't a joke. This
cute.
actually happened.
No,
We
I
know.
know.
No, you weren't there.
Oh, I thought we were. Okay, whatever.
No, it was something. Mikmick came to check on Amnestria on the beach after she heard her
I
door
just love
dump.
to imagine that this is what the carriage rolls up.
Yep. No, this is all about the carriage. Yeah, the carriage. Like you guys are just like the most terror that you've ever felt in your life has nothing to do with any of the domains of dread. It is literally the awkwardness that is in this carriage at this moment in time.
That is Mikmick.
Yep, that
And
is.
Yes,
this is why
we
he doesn't
know.
want to speak to Strahd.
We know.
He's getting it out now.
My eyes.
He's like, it was building up. It was building up.
Yep.
Just to make it clear on stream, and not just in chat, I think at this moment, Louisa senses an opportunity to maybe break the tension and brings out the Mace of Terror and goes, "Hey," just shoves it back at Mikmick. Thanks. I'm sorry I never got to use it. There was a lot going on.
Okay, so
But
just
yeah.
with that, Louisa, just before we run out of here,
Oh
there
boy.
was one thing that I wanted to ask you, Louisa.
Oh lord. All right. Yes.
It is quite simple.
Wants the flask back.
Slug.
Am I redeemable?
Then he's just gonna slowly turn her head towards you.
Oh. I think that question hits
I gotta
Louisa.
love the awkward silence just after that. It's like, oh shit.
Well, because Red, like, this is Megan to Red in the.
Yeah.
We're about to get some real role play here. Okay? This is
Matt, you're not getting
Megan-
any speech tonight.
No, I'm giving you 2 minutes. The carriage moves
no,
forward.
no. It's fine. I just want to be communicating clearly, player to player. Megan and Red, we're fine. We're good.
Okay.
Okay, so that has been communicated there.
So this is all in character. Okay.
Yes, after this.
Okay. Character face.
Louisa looks up at you. And she says, in all honesty, probably slightly more honest than she would be, hitting the bottle. She says, Mikmick, I realized that we were in a magical realm. In my daughter's own mind. You killed her in front of me. And so, therefore, if redemption is based on achieving the forgiveness of everyone around you, no, I don't think you're redeemable. However, if it is not, and it is between you and whatever god you worship, then that is between you and them.
Thank you, Louisa. That's the answer that I was up expecting. I will think on this. Thank you for your honesty. That is why I asked.
Lightning crashes.
And out of game, I'm thinking that was a catalyst. I'm gonna move Mikmick's alignment.
Excellent.
Oh, fuck me.
I love it.
No.
Listen, I love the fact that people
Go
change
on.
alignments. I love that people change alignments. I think the lightning crash that sort of crashes across the sky looks like this, and you just see like Mikmick's face sort of change. It does. It perhaps it grows a little bit more, a little bit kinder. You don't have to tell us what your alignment is changing to, Red. I've always been the mindset that people should not have their PCs make choices based on their alignment. People should have their alignment change because of the choices that they make. Ding! There we go, I got a bell for it.
Sorry.
And that's why I'm changing the alignment.
I love it.
I will say what I'm changing it, because he
Okay.
was chaotic good.
Okay.
But with all his decisions he's made, I think he's probably more chaotic neutral.
I like it. That's fair. It is when that lightning crashes across the sky, illuminating the very close exterior of Castle Ravenloft, that you begin to see, as you trundle across the wooden drawbridge, the interior of a courtyard. And I am going to bring you folks, after what seems to be an eternity, to a map.
Yeah, there's just a real awkward silence that has descended upon this carriage.
Yeah, no. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Love it.
Num 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 num.
Here we go. Yes, here it is. The map. I'm going to... There it is.
Like, Moynant does have something to say as she climbs out of the carriage.
Please! No one's going to prevent you from doing that.
Oh, sort of as the as she opens the door of the carriage to climb out when it arrives in the courtyard, Moynant will look over to both she'll kind of like take a moment to like glance at everyone and say, the only person whose forgiveness matters is your own. And then she'll climb out of the carriage.
Okay.
Man, is this a carriage driver on top of the carriage? It didn't have a driver.
So, the...
Also, could we have gotten a short rest in the carriage?
Yeah, absolutely. It takes about an hour. to
Okay,
get-
good.
Yeah, I'd say a short rest is perfectly fine. Now, the funny thing is, as the carriage comes to a stop, and you get out of it, you see that there is someone that is mounting the carriage. And as you look to see who it is, or what it is, I would say more appropriately, you see that in the lightning that crisscrosses the sky, as well as in the light that is affixed to the carriage, you see that this individual who has climbed up atop the carriage is about 4.5 feet tall. He's wearing a rain cloak, some kind of an oilskin cloak that is absolutely drenched with water. And you see that this individual's face is sort of, how best to put it? It looks like some kind of a patchwork. Half of their face is covered with a brownish gray fur, under which you see a gleaming yellow eye. The other half of his face is covered in scales, mottled scales. One of his arms is sort of a withered claw, and the other looks like some kind of like a hoof, like that of some kind of a porcine animal.
Is that your work, Mikmick?
I mean, could he make a check for that to see if it is his work?
History?
What are you trying to do?
It's like a
See
patchwork
if he
abomination.
did actually make this picture.
Check out, and if this is one of your doodly dads. Like,
Oh, hey, Fred.
hey, I
done
remember
this.
you. Yeah,
Is
you're
this
that guy.
Is this my job? Is this my work?
This is my guy. This is my guy. I think that you would know if this was your guy.
Yeah.
This ain't one of your
Matt.
guys.
Matt, I'm gonna use arcane recovery to get back a 5th level spell slot.
Sure. Love it.
Almost.
I'm gonna roll spit die because I am
Yeah.
half dead. So
I got an inspo since, or I got all my inspos back because of the short rest. So I am gonna start singing a little tune as I stroll through this
Wait.
courtyard.
I'll wait. I'll wait for you to sing.
Oh
Ooh,
well,
7.
you know, I'm sorry, that wasn't what that was for, but I'll roll you one.
Oh, never mind. Great. 2.
Sorry, 2. The
That's
7
okay.
was for my
Oh, whoops.
Tales from Beyond.
Yeah.
good job, Jenny, with those warlock ones.
Oh, interesting. All right. I got the Tale of the Beguiler. The target must succeed on a wisdom save or take psychic damage equal to 2 rolls of your bardic inspiration die, and the target would be incapacitated until the end of its next turn. I have a feeling this will not come into play before our next rest, but I got the inspos back, so why not?
Cool.
Did you do a song of rest, Moy?
Yes.
I did. It was 2.
I would say, yeah.
Sorry.
All right, no worries.
The sort of slight creature grabs the reins with one of his claws, shall we call it, and whips them. And as he does so, the carriage turns and moves northward under a massive arch.
Okay. Hopefully it can't be now. Let's see.
When it moves through the arch, it then turns again and moves out of sight.
Bye. Bye.
Leaving
Thanks for the
you
ride.
in the courtyard. Now, the courtyard itself that you are spying right now is sort of gray and cobblestoned, full of moss. But you spy to your east, under a crenellated roof, that there is a small entryway. So that would be in this section of the castle.
Oh,
My token can see nothing right now, so I'm
Oh,
going
dear.
to slide down the goggles. If you would please give me dark vision.
Yes.
Matt, could I have 120 feet of dark vision? I only have 60.
Sure.
Thank you. Something me and Moy have in common.
Boop. There you go.
Not the only thing we have in common, of course.
So yes, the entryway is essentially in this direction, underneath a crenellated roof.
Yeah.
In absence of a welcoming committee, Muadnhait, who was relatively friendly with Strahd when they showed up the last time, will just walk towards the entry.
Going to
Ding dong, ding dong.
lean over to Louisa.
Hmm.
Oh, this may be awkward.
You're going to have to be way more specific. The amount of awkwardness that has already happened tonight is kind of off the charts for me.
Well, the last time I met Strahd, he smelled Van Richten on Amnestria.
Yes, I do remember that.
Yes. I'm sure he's going to have the same problem with me.
Likely.
Likely.
I mean, you hate Van Richten almost as much as he does.
Oh no, I hate Van Richten far more than he does.
You know what? Fair point. Fair point. Yeah. Well. And she just kind of makes that face at you, like. Is there something you want to do? Something you want to ask me? Or are you just sharing? If you're just sharing, hey, I'm here. I'm here to listen.
I'm trying to share.
You're doing a great job. It's just, so much has been transactional. Up until this point.
Share as
Up
much
until
as I
this
do.
point. You're doing great. Keep it up.
Are you following Muadnhait towards the doorway?
Yeah, Jenny will.
Sure.
Gonna kind of look over at Moy, look back at Louisa. Like, there is one other thing I haven't bothered to tell you, but I'm sure you'll find out eventually.
We've talked about this. I don't like it when people.
I'm gonna message Louisa, be like,
Uh-huh.
you know, the first time I met Muadnhait was in the same bed. That's all.
I think that's
Oh.
all the. I think that's all
Would-
the reaction you get. Just a squeal of like, "What? Tell me everything. We're going to a tea."
Would I have overheard that conversation?
I messaged her.
No, not the last section, but like the part before it where she was like, "There's one more thing I haven't told you, but you'll find out eventually."
Yeah, I said that aloud.
I wouldn't say why not. Yeah, I would say.
All right.
Yeah.
And then Muadnhait will sort of look back over her shoulder and say, "Oh, don't spoil her fun. She loves to plan her dramatic reveals and then pout when no one reacts the way she wants them to."
Jesus. Wow.
Louisa
And then
just giggles at that,
Tough
and
crowd.
then
then
she'll-
seeing Jennifer's scowl, she's going to be like, "Well, prove her wrong," and follow Muadnhait into the castle.
That's very fair.
Jenny's gonna stand in the rain for a second, frown, cross her arms, and then follow
Ow.
along after.
Out a
Aww.
little
Pout.
and then come along.
Going to pout.
Pouty widow Ginnifer. So, I'm going to now bring you to another map. That was just the outside courtyard map.
Yeah.
More maps indeed. Here we go. This is the map
Can't wait to be wearing goggles inside.
of the interior
Yay.
of the castle, or at least the outside into the interior of the castle. As you approach this massive double door, this wooden doorway, you see that it is clustered with all kinds of strange and interesting decorations of cherubim and seraphim sort of gilding the doorway, but they are all made of stone, of course, but they are all they're all sort of faded and withered, as if the hand of time itself has sort of played with the celestial bodies atop it. But the doors are accoutred with two massive knockers. Yes, I knew you would do that, Megan. That's totally fine.
I laughed too.
What knockers? Yes, let's play that.
Tracks of land.
Go on, Muadnhait.
Right. And she'll knock the knocker.
Okay.
But
You're welcome, everybody.
The doors, both of which
Sound effect that
you
could be fun.
are sure would probably weigh approximately 200 pounds apiece, just because they're made of this massive, thick wood. Open once the knocking subsides, showcasing a small entry portico with another set of double doors. Double doors.
Double.
Dumbledore. Dumbledore. Sorry.
On the other
Muadnhait
side.
will look at this. We'll look at this and just say, "Well, clearly Ginnifer's not the only fan of drama," and we'll walk up to the next door. Do these doors have knockers?
They do not have knockers, but what you do notice is that the corners of the room have these massive stone pillars that seem to hold up the entirety of the room, at the top of which are ensconced decorations which look like tiny little draconic monsters. You're not quite sure if they're dragons or some kind of other winged creature, but they look down from the corners of the room menacingly. They are, of course, just statues.
Naturally.
The doors slowly close behind you.
We were invited. And I'm going to try to open the door in front of me.
Yep, the doors do open at your touch. You do happen to hear, as the doors open, the sounds of the storm begin to dissipate. But you also happen to notice that as you open the doors, that another sound begins to emanate from within the castle proper, which is the sound of some kind of instrument, some kind of pipe instrument.
Oh, an organ.
Yeah, I
was like,
knew it. I knew it. I was just waiting for it.
Gotta make you wait for it.
Moynat literally turns to the other three and just mouths the word. And then proceeds.
Yes, the music, beautiful, sonorous, and sad, begins to float through the very large and imposing court that you now step into. Covered with cobwebs from floor to ceiling, you step into a room, an octagonal room, which seems to be some kind of massive entryway or hallway, which spans the majority of the interior of this castle. Aside from the beautiful music that's playing somewhere in the castle that is lilting throughout, you do spy that there is a stairwell to the north, aside which you see that there are sconces in which candelabra are, of course, naturally placed, as well as another door to the east that is another double door. The sound, however, seems to be emanating from the south.
Right.
Okay.
Can I actually add one thing of flavor from a carrot scene?
Flavor away. No one doesn't like spice in this joint. Let's go.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, I was just going to say that before Mikmick had talked to Ginnifer, she was kind of engrossed in those papers, and she definitely seemed to have a more concerned look on her face the more she seemed to read.
That's fair.
So,
Moynat will sort of gesture in the direction of the music and say, "It appears our host wants to get our attention."
see the Vama over here.
There is a rather imposing, dark suit of armor with a red crest of feathers that extends from its helm in the southern portion of this hallway. You also spy that there is a stairwell that heads downward, and a doorway, which you hear the music emanating from rather plainly and obviously. So, perhaps whatever is causing this beautiful, sonorous music to be straining through this castle is on the other side of this door.
This door, this double door over here?
Correct.
Why one of the doors so much bigger?
I know, I was wondering the same thing.
It's not about the size of the door. It's about what's on the other side of it.
Is this door on the top door? Is that for Mikmick?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, perfect. Okay.
It is taking
sorry,
everything inside of me to not just Aragorn the doors, but that's
Aragorn
not what
the
Louisa
doors?
wants to do.
I love that
Yeah.
Aragorn is a verb. I love that.
Yes.
You can verb anything if you want to.
How is Louisa
True.
looking in here, I wonder?
What?
How's Louisa looking in here?
Hmm.
Does she look a little nervous, I wonder?
Oh, extremely. She
Yeah.
hates it here.
Fair enough.
Moynat's going to wander over to this guard and say, "Does he want to see us, or is this just
That's
a
a-
welcome song?"
That's a
You
suit of
are
armor.
literally talking
I thought-
to a empty suit of armor.
I'm sorry. The way you described it, I thought it was a person. Never mind.
I love the fact that you walk over to this like empty suit of armor. You're like, does this guy want us? And hello.
Should I have just not said that and just let her talk to it? Taken.
Probably.
I
yeah,
give her
but
Meekle
I
Brown by
appreciate-
mistake. Oh my
I
god, I'm so
appreciate
sorry.
helping out player Sarah who missed her.
Um,
Okay, in that
Louisa.
case, I'll knock on the door.
What?
Or they can talk. Let them talk, and then I'll
you
knock.
seem You seem nervous.
Well, yes. I have a great number of reasons to be nervous, right?
That's fair, but last I checked, you are quite the powerful beast. Something you definitely weren't the last time you were here. In Barovia, not here in the castle, of course.
That is true. I guess all I need now is to learn to summon the power of...
The power of... You cut out.
Is that an enemy?
Yes, the power of the moon. Anime coming to you next... DW.
So what is it that would you like to do?
Actually,
We're kicking
Moynat
door
is
in.
getting... Yeah, Moynat's annoyed with the pomp and circumstance. She's just going to open the door and walk in.
All right. When you open the door and walk in, you come upon a very interesting scene. First
Oh,
and
Lord.
foremost, it seems that you've come upon a bit of a
Megan, scarf up.
dinner party.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shields up, Megan. You've come upon a dinner party. Just on cue, too. As soon as you open the door, the individual playing the organ seems to have stopped. I'm going to give you a handout to show you what it is that this room would look like
Can't wait.
if it was unoccupied. That's the best way.
What's that in the corner, Matt? Some kind of psychotic fucking...
Oh, don't you worry about that.
Oh.
That's what you
Wait,
see.
what are all the statue bodies?
What you see in front of you is a long
no.
table. Table is seated for, well, in this case, based on the picture, it seems like you would seat probably 16. This table is absolutely clustered with delicious foods. You see a roast suckling pig. You see greens and vegetables of all kinds that are scattered throughout. You see a tureen of soup, hot, spiced wine, and goblets, golden goblets, and beautiful placemats that are underneath pure white china. Along the table's edges, you see that there are several guests that seem to have been seated before you have arrived. You see an individual closest to you, sits directly as you open the door, who sort of turns and lithely looks backwards towards you. This individual has a very strong widow's peak, sort of pale, grayish skin, bright green eyes, and a very sort of prominent scar on one cheek. He wears the raiment of nobility, but you spy that his that his ears are pointed, and so therefore he is some kind of an elf, of which you're not quite sure, to be honest. But he does have a sort of a little bit of a smirk as you walk through the door, Moira. The next person who you would probably spy is the person probably to the southeast of the table. This is a younger man. He seems to have a sort of a curly frock of golden hair. He is thin, deep, pocketed eyes, and his cheeks are hollow. But he does have a certain charisma and a certain handsomeness to his face. He's wearing a sort of a puce and velvet shirt, and he drums his long fingernails on the table and sort of stares at you languidly. Across from him is a female with long dark hair, but you cannot see her face because it is mostly covered by a large mask made of bone. You can only see her eyes. Some kind of, perhaps, Demoluian mask, perhaps some kind of a carnival mask. Not quite sure about that, but she doesn't have an expression that you can determine because of it, that you can view because of it. On the northwestern side of the table is a very beautiful woman dressed entirely in red silks. She has a cap that surrounds the top of her head, around which are several golden coins that seem to be hooked into the actual cap itself. She has a high-collared chemise, which sort of extends beyond the back of the nape of her neck. You see that she has short, dark hair. The look that she has is one of sort of utter disgust and sort of, what's the best word I can put for it? Here, I'll show you. Maybe you can tell me what it is that you see on this face. You can tell me what you would call that. Arrogance. A scowl, certainly.
Sternness.
Yes, I think that would work. And then across from her is a dark-skinned individual, very beautiful, dark hair that goes down to past her shoulders, and she's wearing some kind of a golden tiara across her brow. She is wearing a dress made some kind of a brocade, some kind of a golden brocade. None of the individuals at the table seem to be taking part in this wonderful repast. They all seem to have been awaiting your arrival. But the person who you notice furthest from you is a man who you have seen, certainly, before. You wish to call him a man at all. And that, my friends, is Strahd von Zarovich. He turns as you enter the room, picks up off the side table from this organ, which he has been playing, a crystalline goblet of some kind of a reddish fluid, turns to you all, says, you have arrived safely. Welcome, my home. Please. And he gestures to the table with one pale hand. Sit. You are welcome here. There is much to discuss, so please eat, drink, and leave a little bit of the happiness that you bring with you.
I thank you for your hospitality, my lord, though when you invited me to dinner, I rather thought we'd be alone. And then she sits down next to Mask Lady. She seems interesting.
How many of these people are vampires?
Good question.
Said the werewolf. Asked the werewolf, not Megan.
Asked the werewolf. Ask the werewolf.
All right, I give up. I'm sitting on her head.
Quote the werewolf.
If you want to move your token to a seat, just hold down the Alt key, and you can move it so that it's not...
I was trying, and she kept jumping weird places. Oh, there we go. Of course,
you go.
This time it works.
Yeah.
Fine.
So go ahead and find yourselves some seats there, folks, around the table.
Right, I'll sit there then. Look over. Actually, would Louisa want to sit further away from Strahd, I guess would be the question.
I mean...
I think I'm about as far away from Strahd as be right now.
You're between two people at this point in time, Louisa. Do you want me to move you to a chair?
Yeah, because for some reason Macs don't have...
You don't... Yeah, that's okay. I did it for you.
Yeah. So thank you.
No worries.
It's like I don't know what the Mac equivalent.
It's probably
is.
Command. Would
Yeah.
be my guess.
Oh, okay.
Max.
Yeah.
Side note, thank you for the raid, Fuzka. Fuzka coming in with 14. Hey, Fuzka, thanks for joining us.
Coming in hot.
Welcome to Ravenloft, where we're about to get a bunch of lore dumped on our heads.
Yeah, there's gonna be this is a good one. We're about 10 minutes from closing, but I hope you guys enjoy the VOD.
Oh, I'm here for it.
Let's do it.
But yeah, thanks for joining us. So, yeah, I think as you sit at the table and sort of scoot yourselves in, you get some interesting glances from the already seated members of this dinner party. They sort of look over at you, either strangely or arrogantly or interested in who you are. As, of course, you turn, as most things happen in this particular place, the doors slowly close by themselves. Strahd walks towards his seat, moves it aside with one hand, sits, flourishes for you to begin if you wish to eat. In the corner of the room is an individual who you haven't seen sit at the table. It's a very small, very strange figure. He's about 2.5 feet tall. He has a sort of a strange tricorn hat on, like almost like a jester's cap. And he is clearly not human, in that you see that as he moves and moves his head side to side, his face has absolutely no expression except for one that seems to have been painted on its metal exterior. There is a set of 2 glowing red eyes that stare at you, and you see that this particular strange humanoid or creature looks at you interested, but as it moves, you see that under its red brocade, it has this strange mechanical set of fingers that move like with articulated joints. Let me see if I can give you a... Yes, here we go. This is a handout of what this little dude looks like.
Oh, how adorably terrifying.
Yeah.
Is that a candy cane?
I mean, it could be.
It's a baton.
It could be a candy
It's a
cane.
baton painted like a
Blood,
candy
that's,
cane?
Dolls
that's a
stapled
bludgeon
together?
with stripes on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's scary.
Yeah, a little bit.
Look at the
Nick
mice
makes
on
a new
his
friend
belt.
for you.
Is he the Pied
Wait
Piper?
a second.
Well, Mikmick is looking at him with interest.
Yeah.
Oh, of course he is.
Can't imagine
It'll
why.
just a second.
Yeah, so Strahd, of course, gestures to the table and allows you to take whatever you would like to eat and drink.
What's at the table, Matt?
Oh, anything that your little gastronomic imagination would provide. You
I
tell
imagine
me,
he
and
doesn't have raw fish for me, so she'll take whatever cooked fish is available.
I think that there would probably be a steaming salmon or cod, considering the kind of fish that would probably be resident in this country would be something like some kind of like a salmon. I would think, yeah, like river salmon
well.
or trout.
She'll take fish and wine.
Okay. Yep. The wine is a very fragrant bouquet, and it smells of fruit and has a sort of a note of...
Allow me to clarify. She will take fish and white wine.
Oh, there is no white wine. I apologize.
Okay, then she will not drink red wine.
Okay,
Not
fair
in a
enough.
vampire's house.
Okay.
She's arrogant. She's not an idiot.
I mean, it does smell like wine. Spiced wine, but wine nonetheless.
Yeah, she'll sort of give it a sniff and then no, and instead she'll take water and dump a bunch of salt in it.
Sure. That
It's not
works
the
for me.
first time I've had her do this.
No, I know.
She
I
did.
know.
She did it in his carriage the first time.
Does Strahd look like he wants us to eat?
Make an insight check.
Trying to be a... Sure thing, Matt. Oh, that is not Jenny's sheet. That is Amnestria's sheet. I have them both open right now. So...
15.
15?
I think that you could certainly draw your own conclusions for what you think that Ginnifer would think upon looking at this implacable, stony, pale face. It doesn't betray any outward sort of emotions that seem to imply that he's absolutely, focused on you eating. But on the other hand, he doesn't seem to be upset if you don't eat.
Okay. Jennifer will eat, and she will eat in a very dignified way, like any noble woman would.
Fair enough. Anything specifically that you'd like to eat?
Well, I will have some wine.
Okay.
A little bit of wine.
Okay.
Just like tasting
Wait,
it.
you just told me you did not drink.
I don't, but no, they like to taste it.
Okay. Get a little.
Yeah, just like it. Yeah, like
Just a little.
just a little sip, just to be like, yeah, taste the notes. Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
And yeah, she'll just have a little bit of whatever looks appetizing.
I mean, everything looks appetizing. It smells delicious. It's probably better food than you've had in
a while.
a very, very long time, Ginnifer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's perfectly fine. I will try a little bit of everything to see what I like.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. There's slices of roast pig. There's chicken. There's beef. There's glazed ham. There are, of course, there's the river trout or salmon. There are a variety of different vegetables. There are sliced beets.
Yeah.
You name it. It's like Thanksgiving dinner times 20.
Fair enough.
From the finest restaurant.
Okay. Perfect.
What about Louisa and Mikmick?
Louisa will put, like, the tiniest portion of anything on her plate and then proceed to cut it and move it around and not eat anything.
You can almost hear your own mother's voice in your ear, Louisa, saying to you, Louisa, I told you not to play with your food. That is not what a lady does. A lady does not play with her food. A lady eats gently and daintily and does not complain.
And I think Louisa thinks back to the voice of her mother in her head. Well, that's why you're merchant class now, isn't it? So I don't have to be a lady anymore, so go fuck yourself, mother!
Wow!
Oh, man. I actually
Louisa's not in a good place!
I think that's very much how Jenny's eating.
Yeah.
Like, she's trying to look, like, inconspicuous because she doesn't want Straw to really pay that much attention to her, so she's just doing things she learned how to do growing up.
Amazing. How about our friend Mikmick? What are you up to?
Mikmick's more interested in this little creature in the corner. So he's actually trying to take notes on
Of course you are.
how he can improve his own armor using information he got on this from this. And could he make a check of some description to see if this is more of like an aberration, like an aberration or a construct?
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm going to give you advantage on this check, but I would say make an investigation check.
Investigation? Okay. And you said advantage, didn't you?
I'll give you advantage, yeah.
I'll roll again. So 21.
Yeah, it is certainly based on the fact that it has like articulated and reticulated joints, made of some kind of metal, certainly some kind of construct.
Okay. Cool. And looks like we just got another raid.
Another raid? Who knew?
Nice.
Oh my goodness! Solid 10 D&D raiding us. Hey guys and gals. And
It was
everything
the
in
go
between.
fuck yourself mother I summoned.
You summoned them.
Said.
You summoned them by outing your mom. I love it. Amazing. Wouldn't you know it that the day we go to Ravenloft, or I should say back to Barovia, and right at it has to be about something about Strahd. There's something about Strahd. It's like something about Mary that we get two giant
about
raids that coming in to see how we work this.
That magnetic vampire personality, man.
You
Just
know what?
brings them in.
You know, some people would say magnetic. Other people may say, "Get the fuck out of my face." That's all I gotta say. I think we know who that is. Yep.
I see which Demi Dark Lord. I'm cool.
Sarah's like vampire chick.
We're good.
Megan's
She's like, when do I get to seduce the vampire?
Yep.
I'm like, when do I get to go full wolf?
Yes.
Oh, I mean, if like fantasy smut exists in Ravenloft, when Muadnhait discovers it, you'll never see her again.
I can imagine what that cover would look like. It's like, my lover, the vampire. There's like Strahd is just like this, you know, like he's in the typical pose. He's looking down, and then of course Muadnhait's just like, you know, like.
Just remember, friends, I can make this a reality.
Oh my God! Please, I want the art.
With Muadnhait and her anglerfish mouth, I kind of feel like she's the one dipping him.
I like it. Yeah, her face. Yes, exactly. Her face open wide.
I do want to message Louisa and be like, you need to stop acting so suspicious.
I always act like this.
Don't be suspicious.
I know.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. All right.
If you don't want him to pay any attention to you, eat your food.
He already thinks I'm one of the lost. He's going to see what he wants to see.
Exactly.
I would say, after a brief moment of you enjoying your meal, the only person who does in fact take part in the meal is the individual on the opposite side of Strahd, the elf. He's the only one who is eating. The other four are not. They do not take part. They sit with their hands folded in their laps, like some kind of obedient servant rather than a guest, to be honest.
Guy, right? Guy, I'm near.
The one I'm sitting next to.
That is
between me and
correct.
Lady.
That
I'm
individual.
Yeah, Adar there.
Yep.
Is he?
Yeah.
Is he
Adar.
talking at all? Is he like?
He looks so much like Adar
Listen,
from Rings of Power.
the new Rings of Power
So-
show. Yep.
Yeah.
Does he seem like he's like enjoying the food? Is he just eating, just like
Um,
not showing any emotion?
you could make an insight check. That's what he looks like, by the way.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Tell me
Sure,
I'm
why
wrong.
not?
Add like a crown of thorns and tell me I'm wrong.
No, that's fair.
Ah, shit.
With a
That's-
natural
that's awful.
2, I would say no. He is implacable. You cannot see past his stony gaze. He doesn't seem to
okay.
smile, and he doesn't seem to frown.
Perfectly fair. I will do the exact same thing.
Excellent. After a certain period of time, when your meals have been ingested and digested, Strahd puts his hands on either side of his plate and says, "My friends, I hope you have enjoyed your meal. I wish you to know that you are to come to no harm here in my home, so long as you do not break the rules of my hospitality. This," and he gestures to the individuals that you sit amongst, "is my," and he smiles broadly, "family. They are as much brothers," and he gestures down to the other side of the table, "and kin." He gestures to the ladies on either side of him, "as they are to your own families, would they were to you." And he then stands and says, "You have traveled much in my land and elsewhere. The last time that we met, you came unadvised to my land, and I did not matter to me. However, your dealings have come to interest me quite. It is to my advantage and to yours that you have come here, that I may impart to you information which I believe you would value quite greatly, considering the allies that you have made, as well as the enemies that stalk you. I do not consider myself your enemy. I would hope that you do not consider me an enemy. To that, I wish to understand if indeed we are to be allies, if you will indeed impart. And he looks directly at Ginnifer, and he says, if you will impart trust to me.
So he's obviously looking straight at Ginnifer. What message subtextually can I ascertain from that look?
Insight check.
Okay.
Someone who's good at it.
16. Okay.
Still a terrible roll for how good it is.
It's not terrible, but I'd say that with a 16 insight check, you can tell that when he specifically said the word trust and looked at Ginnifer, that it harkened back to the conversation that you had all had inside her tower not an hour ago. Where
so he heard that conversation.
I think with a 16, you are confident that he knows of the conversation that you have all had.
Okay. Okay.
Is he expecting me to answer him back? Like, do I get that as a vibe, or
I think that it is
am
a
I
vibe.
waiting for him?
I think it is a vibe. He's asking if you will trust him. The four of you will trust him in order for him to deliver this information, which it seems, based on his conversation, is vital to your dealings, to your quests.
First, what are these rules of hospitality that you wish we not violate? Obviously, no harm comes to us, no harm comes to you and your family. Is there anything else we need be apprised of?
He gestures to the man across from him, this elf, who stands and says, I am Rahadin, the Count's Seneschal. I will impart to you, and he says with the same kind of accent, but sort of a more nasal sound to his voice, I will impart to you the laws of hospitality of Barovia that my lord is willing to grant you if you are to do the same for him. No harm, as you say, shall come to you, as long as you do no harm to him or his allies here within the confines of this castle. No spell shall be cast that would be of harmful nature to him or his allies. No destruction of his property, lest you risk destruction to your own. And no venturing to places within the castle to which you do not have permission. These are his laws. And he bows deeply to Strahd, who simply just nods his head and sits.
That all sounds very reasonable.
I am a reasonable man. Once again, I must ask you if you will trust me as your ally.
Well, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, as they say.
As of this moment, of course I trust you. You've shown me no reason not to. I will say that I maintain the right to change my opinion should you give me reason not to trust you. And of course would allow you the same for me.
Mikmick, Louisa, he turns his gaze towards you.
You want to go first, Louisa?
Tight-lipped, Louisa.
Louisa's always been the same. She
Fair
can't
enough.
lie, so she stays quiet when she...
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that was a
She just-
Amnestria's thing.
No, Amnestria just barrels through.
Yep.
Like, always.
Amnestria cursed. Louisa is
Chooses.
just the way she is.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mikmick?
I think Louisa just gives him the Moynat eyebrow. That's her
It takes
answer.
a while for Mikmick to realize that Strahd's looking at him, and it's like, oh, yeah, whatever.
Love it.
He's
love
not
it.
really paying attention at all. As I said, he's more concentrating on this construct.
Goddamn Forrest Gump, I swear to God. That's fine.
Forrest Gump your way into an alliance with the Darklord. I love it.
Life is
But
like
also
a
needs to
box
be
of
ours.
constructs. You never know what you're gonna get.
My God.
We can only hope for one of the clerical variety. Get struck down by any more. Sure.
Louisa, do you stay silent?
Mhm.
Cool. Strahd notes that you do not respond to him. Says, you seem reluctant to speak.
I'm always reluctant to speak when I know not what to say.
It's a very clear question to which I believe deserves a very clear answer.
I've heard the rules as you, Majordome, has laid out. I will respect them.
You are... He sort of peers at you and squints. You are of noble blood. I can sense it. Although your demeanor and your accoutrement simply do not match your inner fire, I will respect what decisions you make. Determine that you cannot at this time trust. You will benefit from my hospitality, but not from my information.
I'm happy to leave, if that is your will.
Trust begets trust, young one. You may take your...
Excellent. Louisa gets up and...
Okay. Yeah, I think as you move towards the door, Rahadin stands up and opens the door for you, bowing as he ushers you out of the door.
She nods and wait in the hall. by this thingy.
Yeah,
the suit
by
of
the
armor.
suit of armor.
Suit of armor, I tried to
Mhm.
talk to you. Yeah,
Yep.
there you go.
You're
Yep.
like, yeah. Excuse me,
Yeah,
sir.
so
Do you happen to have the time? Oh shit. Okay. Yeah.
Can you
Rahadin.
tell me where to find the bathroom?
Yep.
Too many dungeons just don't have a good bathroom. Rahadin then.
La biblioteca.
Rahadin then closes the door behind you and then sits again. Seat.
With my passive perception, can I hear anything at the door?
Can you hear at the door? Great question.
Anything through the door.
What's your
yeah.
passive perception?
19.
Okay. Yes, I would say if you got close to the door, you could hear what was being said.
All right, then I would not have gone all towards the thing, towards the suit of armor. She'll just this corner.
Okay, fair enough. Strahd stands up, and I think this is where we're going to stop for tonight. I didn't get to do this, but maybe next time we'll launch into this. But I think it's important, at least for the first couple of sentences, as to what he does say. He says, "My friends, the last time you were in my beloved land, you went to a place of great power and mystery. A place that long ago I deigned to enter myself, delve the mysteries that lay within. When you left that accursed place, I sent a messenger of sorts. I hope it did not disturb you. But it did deliver the message that I wish you to once again recall, which is that there is a traitor among you." His eyes flicker to Muadnhait, and then to Mikmick, and then to Ginnifer. And they stay on Ginnifer. He says, "I would ask that the one who you call Ginnifer, please stand and be recognized."
Ginnifer would stand.
Strahd smiles and says, "Your compatriots deserve the truth. If you consider them your friends and allies, I think it's time to tell them everything." And that's where we're going to stop for tonight.
Dun, dun.
Okay.
Nice.
That was good. Good stuff, everybody. Great
Yeah.
frickin' job. When we come back in 2 weeks, we will find out what the hell Strahd is talking about.
Yeah.
Woo!
So,
What's
I know.
his plan?
I know exactly what Straw's talking about.
I know you know. We've been talking about this for fucking weeks, mate.
I know.
So, let's go
I
ahead
know that you
and...
know that we know that I know.
I
that you
know that you know that your brother's, father's, cousin's, former roommate. Yes. So, folks,
My great uncle's aunt.
we thank you, of course, for showing up to help us bring these Fafos back to the world of Ravenloft. It's been a while, but I think this was a hell of a lot of fun, and we're going to see each other again very, very
Miss
soon.
these guys.
I
Good
missed
luck.
them. I
I-
missed them a lot.
I have missed.
too.
I have missed this cast of characters. They are so
Yes.
fun together.
Mm.
Yes, they
Agreed.
truly are.
So, Thank you, of course, to those of you in Twitch chat who came along. Thank you to the Raiders who came and showed up for this wonderful affair here in Castle Ravenloft, and there will be more in 2 weeks when we come back to see them again. Please show up if you feel so inclined. We stream right around 9:30 p.m. to around this time Eastern. I'll say something about myself, but let me ask, of course, our wonderful players to talk about themselves first before I go. Let's go this way and then go counterclockwise. So go up to Miss Anti-Vampire herself, and that's Megan. Megan, where can people find you on the internet?
You can find me at Megan Lanapp on Instagram or Discord, and this summer you can find me in various acting projects around New York City and New Jersey City, because I've been cast in 4 shows, and it's fucking amazing.
That's
and
great.
I'm really excited.
That's awesome.
So follow me on Instagram for all the information if you're local to the tri-state area and want to come see me live and in person.
Hell yeah. Good job, Meg.
Yeah.
All right, and then moving that way, that's Maeve up there in the top, right there, right to the corner over here. Maeve, where can people find you on the internet?
Hey, I'm Maeve. You can find me here on Ravenloft. You can also find my art here on Ravenloft, along with my art on the Alien campaign. You can find me on Blue Sky, where I post art, and I will be posting the art for our characters
Yeah.
there tonight, because I've been waiting until it's been done, until we actually play, post it. Because I wanted to post it after we play, because I just feel like if I posted it before, people would get to see. I don't know. Anyway, you can also find me on our wonderful Discord. And on plenty of other servers and games, because I play a lot of different stuff.
I've just posted the link to our Discord in chat, so if you folks in chat want to join us on our Discord, by all means, feel free. We'd love to see you there. Thank you, Maeve. Moving over to the left of Maeve, that is Red Platinum. Red, where can people find you on the internet?
You can find me mostly on our Discord, where I chat to everybody. I occasionally DM, but as with every time you try and DM, scheduling issues always come up. So,
Yep.
That's the current situation I find myself in, is scheduling issues. But we are planning on getting some more games DM'd by me back up once I get some more players, possibly. But you'll also find me on probably Steam, where I'm playing games 90% of the time when I'm not here.
Super.
Fair.
Thank you so much, Red. We will get those games up and running. I promise you that, sir. And then over to the left of Red is Sarah. Sarah, where can people find you on the internet, please?
You can find me on the interwebs at Lovely Llama on various social media platforms, and of course on our Discord, which I am terrible at, but if you ping me, I will eventually respond to you. So, there's that, and this lovely squish butt who's been sleeping next to me the whole time is Eleanor, Duchess of Gloucester, and she's my D&D kitty. She likes to come and take naps on me when I am playing D&D. And that's all I got for y'all right now.
We all need a D&D kitty in our lives, whether they're an actual kitty or not. I need something to like cuddle up during D&D. Thank you, Sarah.
Mine's right there.
He's
just off camera.
Hey everyone, I'm Matt. I helped to sort of make this channel chug along. We have a whole bunch of content, role-playing game content on our channel that we stream most Thursdays and, well, I would say most Fridays and some Thursdays, actually. Every other Friday we do Ravenloft Domains of Dread here on channel. The next one we have is going to be on the 6th of June. But in between now and the 6th of June, we've got a couple of really great things coming out. We will have our Alien RPG campaign coming back on May 29th. We're sort of famous or infamous or whatever you want to call us for our Alien RPG work, which I don't know. Maybe they've gone gangbusters over the internet. So I'm more than happy to say that's due not only just to my involvement, but to the amazing players that are arrayed around us.
Whenever a person joins our
Another
I always pose
And I
another
get to
one.
do the art for you when you
Another one.
eventually kill them, Matt.
Exactly. Maeve,
Yeah.
Maeve is our consummate and resident artist. She has done all of the art for this campaign.
So talented.
And she does the
Mhm.
all the art for our Alien RPG campaigns, tokens. Just a way for her to get better and better and better, and for her to showcase her amazing talent. But hey, we would love it if you could join us on our Discord. You can take a look, of course, at our YouTube videos. We've got a library of the last 6 years of content. If you folks find yourself at a point in your life where you're like, oh, I've got to go through a whole bunch of RPG content, well, then just woggle all over to Slices and Dices and look at all the cool ass stuff that we've got
And
from a whole
what's
bunch of different people.
The first campaign to level 20.
That's right. We do have a campaign, an old school one. Well, not old school. It's only a few years old. And that one was the Mad Mage campaign that went all the way to level 20. But yeah, we've got
Nice.
a lot of different.
Never played a game
Stuff.
That was like
20.
5 years ago.
Was it really?
No, it wasn't.
Jesus, Sarah.
We've been playing
don't
Ravenloft
remind
for
me.
3.5 years.
We have been playing for a while. But hey, folks, we've got a lot of different content. We've got Alien, of course. We've got so many different types. We've got Alien. We've got Blade Runner. We've got Magi Knights, which happened a couple of years ago, which I think we're going to bring back. We've got Call of Cthulhu.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
More to come on that. Call of Cthulhu, which just ended a multiple-year campaign, which we'll probably have some one-shots for that coming back as well. Vaesen, which Sarah is running, which is coming back relatively soon. I can't wait for that to come back. So much really great RPG content here on Slices and Dices, and I can't wait for all the amazing people on our channel to share it with you all. So join us, join our Discord, check us out, and we are more than happy to have you join us so we can chat and share our love with you. That's all I've got, folks. I hope you guys enjoyed tonight. We'll see each other again in 2 weeks' time. Until we see each other again, I will remind everyone here that it's very important to remember, take care of each other. But don't forget to take care of yourselves.
Yes.
Love you all. See you all in 2 weeks or thereabouts. Maybe before. We'll see you soon. Bye.
Toodles.
Bye.